PKA 637. Tucker will be coming about an hour in, he said. We'll see how that works out. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew and RealDBG.com, and of course, Lock and Load. We will hear all about them a little bit later, when probably an hour after Tucker gets here. What's new with you guys? How are you? You're looking great.
Just having a blast. Got my nap in before the show, feeling good. Got my coffee.
You want to do a friendly show?
You friendly?
One where we're nice? No.
Don't we always do a friendly show?
I agree, my
Taylor,
friend.
that idea sucks. Suck my dick.
That's so
being
great,
friendly every
buddy.
fucking episode in here. I don't know what you're talking about. To
Man,
y'all,
you guys crack me up. I love hanging out with friends doing podcasts.
Here's an idea, Taylor. Do a. How about you do a funny one this time?
Oh, Kyle, what a lark.
A nice show. What's that mean?
You have me
the other
in
shows
stitches.
are mean. How can a show be mean?
Oh, golly. I hate this. This is gay.
What do you know why they call the first show in a series a pilot?
Ooh.
I don't. I feel like you've told me this before. I should know.
They're going to
this.
see if it flies?
They're airing it for the first time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You know why they tell you break a leg if you're going to audition?
I always thought
like
good luck was
ironically.
bad luck. You know, like
they're hoping you end up in the cast.
No.
No, that's it.
I might have another one. I jotted a bunch of these down. In
Man,
the
these
journal.
are. I can't believe I didn't think about that before.
Oh, I got you. You know why people tell you to hold your horses?
You don't want them to get away.
You want them to be stable.
Fuck. This is even worse than the friendly shit. Like,
Oh, all right. Let's go back to pick a minority. Let me spin the fucking wheel.
do Native Americans.
I want to know.
Get your head dressed, and I'll start hitting the drum.
Is there?
Woody's got his fire water.
Is this real? Or are these from like a joke book? Or is there any truth to that?
Look, I was on the internet today doing my research for the show, as I do, and I came upon those little tidbits of knowledge, and I just thought I would share it with you guys.
I like it. I particularly like the pilot one, and I also liked how Woody basically got it right.
He did.
Like seeing if it flies. Like,
yeah, he could have worked that out. Like, I was like, oh, he might have this one. I got to keep moving.
It seemed wrong, but
it's gonna be annoying if he knows these.
my personal.
What if he'd like deadpan known them all? Like, fuck you, man. Thought they were interesting.
I saw something funny on Amazon. It was like this mug that is all black, and when you pour into it, the picture of the guy Ralph from Skyrim shows up, and he goes, and it says like, "Hey, you're finally awake." Like, and it's him sitting there looking at you on the mug, and I'm like, I was stoned as shit, and I'm like, that makes me laugh. I bet that would make Kyle laugh also. And so I went on Amazon and I shipped it to Kyle's house without texting him. And then the next day I was like, "Did you get a package?" And he's like, "No." And I was like, "This address?" And he's like, "No again." And so I sent a roll of papyrus and a funny mug to whoever lives at your old place. It says "From Taylor with love." So, maybe they won't return.
That's just as funny as giving it to Kyle.
That place is like an hour from me now, so it's like not even like drive worthy. But there's been a bunch of shit delivered there. Like my medicines have gone there before. Like testosterone has been shipped there before. I think to pharmacies, all sorts of shit. So whoever lives there has got like they're jacked.
They're jacked.
They got all
mugs.
All sorts
I have
of nerdy
this
gifts.
idea for a gag. Like I could go to Home Depot, buy a 5-gallon pail, go out to the fire pit, fill it with ashes, and say, "Taylor, here's your stuff after all."
Yeah,
that
would be funny. You gotta delete this part, but just have like a little piece of like a Lord of the Rings attire, just barely like.
There was no Lord of the Rings attire. There was a book. Yeah, someone said they sent you the helmet that you lost as a child, the Witches of Iberjan. I don't know.
The Witch King of Angmar.
Angmar.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. But that actually was never sent to me. That I think that person was just trying to generate hate from me by pretending he sent you some wonderful gift.
Some super nice Witch King.
No,
of Angmar
it happened.
Helmet. It happened. It's in the lore now. It can't be disproved. Yeah.
No take backs.
Because I had a really cool one. I thought it was neat. Came back from college. My youngest brother.
If adult you think it's neat. Oh, college. No. That is pretty adult though. Like
it was neat because like my grandma knew that I would really like Lord of the Rings. Like I loved it. And so she just was like, what's the most Lord of the Ringsy thing she can find, like looking at like QVC and stuff. And so I really enjoyed it because it was like my grandma like expressing like, I know you like this a lot and this is for you. Like, you know, there's a tie there. It's very sweet. Shows sincere interest. And then my youngest brother destroyed it because they were, you know, playing with it in the woods, pretending to be the Witch King. And then he fell over. I think it fell in the creek and all the spines broke. Disrespectful.
Have you guys followed the Alex Murdaugh trial? That gentleman who murdered his family to cover up his like large fraud stuff. It was millions of dollars he'd fraudulently stolen.
Is this brand new? I haven't heard of this at all.
Okay, so this has been an ongoing big media case for months now. He murdered his entire family, to his wife and son at least, to like get out of these like crazy like. No, yeah, except he's not crazy. He's just evil. He's been on trial for weeks, if not months now. I've been following it for a couple weeks, I guess. And they finished today. So now the jury begins their deliberation. It's big, lots of charges, you know. They hit him with everything they did to his family and and lots of conspiracy stuff too, I believe. Verdict came out already. They've been deliberating for like 4 hours or something, and he's guilty on all charges.
Wow.
It's it's pretty shocking.
A+ for evil, F- for execution. You didn't get away with anything.
No.
Dude. I watched them on cross-examination, and they're like, so Mr. Murdaugh, here you are on video lying to us. Would you tell us at what point you decided to begin lying? And he actually had a decent explanation. He was like, I got no reason to trust those officers. I've had this interaction, and that interaction with them. Then they've done this that doesn't have anything to do with me. And I had prescription drugs in my pocket that I wasn't supposed to have. So I was nervous and I was lying. And I was like, fuck, I could believe all that shit. I could imagine being in that situation. But no, he did all that shit, I guess. They had like cell phone data of him like there at the time. And you know, like iPhones are wild. Like they know within a step of where he was at times. Like it's like a meter of accuracy, like a goddamn JDAM satellite guided bomb.
That's crazy. It is harder to get away with murder than it used to be. Like I couldn't take my truck. My Ford tells people where it's going. My motorcycles are dumber. They don't do that. So I'd have to take a motorcycle somewhere and leave my phone at home just not to be tracked. You want to just
poison them? Like that seems like the move. Like I don't want to go into how to make poison, but like if y'all have probably seen articles and things on Reddit, one of the more deadly poisons known to man, you can order the ingredients off of Amazon. You can make it at your house. I mean, it's incredible. Yeah. Pretty serious crime, I'm sure, to do.
Breaking Bad did it.
I remember there were these guys. Breaking Bad did do it. There were some guys who did it in Toccoa, Georgia, up where Mount Currahee is. And this is like it's close enough to 9/11 that it was like, is this involved? You're telling me there's some sort of cell in Toccoa making that stuff? And they were though. And they had some plans to like, I don't know, use it against the government or something. You know how crazy people are. But yeah, that seems like the move, right? Why are you gonna drive somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's certainly.
Tell me, you get cupcakes.
They need to like, you know how,
Cookie of the Month Club.
Cookie of the Month Club. Man, there's a lot.
I mean, you're not now because I just said that to everyone. But you know
how it's funny you mentioned that. I got food in the mail. Some guy sent me from Mail-a Spud. Happy second 48th birthday. And
fuck yeah, man.
It looks like a trustworthy potato.
Are there any injection marks in it?
Look at those.
I mean, like I'd catch that. I don't know. There's eyes.
Mail a Spud. Now that seems like a real business.
Dude, I was trying to mail you an onion for a week, and there's nobody who does it.
New business idea: mail an onion.
Thank you for the onion. Potato.
Prank your friends. And it shows me like, like I'm receiving an onion as the
take a bite out of it for good luck.
we were talking about murders, and I was thinking, did you know how people will go, well, Wayne Gretzky was great, but what about in today? Michael Jordan was tremendous, but how would he be against LeBron?
I especially like that to pre-'80s basketball.
Yeah. Like, and lots of sports back then. Like Babe Ruth, how would he do in MLB today? Who knows? Maybe great, maybe bad. We need to have the same sort of standard for murderers. A serial killer in 1895 who kills 110 people or whatever, like Albert Fish, is not correcting for the era. It's not as impressive as like a 20-kill serial killer in the 80s or 90s, and certainly not as impressive as like a 15-kill serial killer now, because there's satellites. There's, dude, in the 1890s, you could kill someone and be like, try and catch me, and like run away.
So what you're saying is their ability to get away with it.
Yes, it's less impressive.
Bonnie and Clyde was the 1920s, 30s. Okay, I'll go with you. I'm not sure. And they did this thing where they would like go near several state lines and just crisscross. So they like commit a murder in Oklahoma, go to Texas, commit a murder in Texas, like go to, I don't know, whatever the hell also. Yeah. Louisiana. And then they'd head up Colorado. To Kansas is where I'm going for, just by Oklahoma. And they were able to like dodge the police just by like staying near state lines. It was like Dukes of Hazzard's bullshit. I don't think that flies now. Not
Hell
at all.
No.
Yeah.
Well, it does fly now. The thing is, there's
DNA.
They've got the other guys waiting on you, and they got the intersectional people on the case too. Like if you get in a high speed chase, you're headed toward Georgia, right? Georgia State Patrol is going to be there waiting. And there's probably going to be some federal guys if you've made it all the way to Georgia from where you are, right?
Yeah,
the feds have joined the chase.
I've stopped to refuel, quite likely.
and like getting away in a high speed chase, you might think it's like nobody ever gets away. I bet it's 50-50. I bet it's 50-50. If you run from the cops, you get away. I bet no. I bet it's better than that. I bet most of the time they get away.
Foot chases.
The thing is, we've only ever seen the cops' side. But if you go on YouTube and start looking for the other guy's side, there are a lot of motorcycle guys who will like, if they ever see a cop with somebody pulled over, they're gonna show their ass to try to like get that guy out of a ticket. And it's also their excuse to do 165.
Their hobby,
In the motorcycle world, this is an area that I'm familiar with. Like a lot of people run from cops for sport. People wheelie by cops just to get their attention and get chased. And I've only run from a cop once, and I was 17. This was ages ago. But people like you guys. I've talked about it before. There's a guy in the Patreon who likes to run from the police, and he does it on a motorcycle whose top speed is like 80. I have the same one, and he'll just like do a U-turn, do another U-turn, take off. And the police just can't match that. I was like, fuck, that's impressive. But yeah, in the motorcycle world, either fast bikes or just skills, and the police can't hang.
That does have to be a lot of fun.
Oh, imagine. The risk of fouling up is pretty high.
Yeah, they're not going to go, oh.
Who cares about them? I don't care about going to jail. We're going to the hospital.
Yeah,
if you run from the cops on a motorcycle, it ends at the hospital or home, not jail or home.
I'm with Kyle on that.
What do you mean? Like they'll run you off?
It means there's no scenario in which they say stop and you stop, because they can't stop you. You will only crash.
That makes sense. I didn't think of it
people
that way.
do
escape.
A lot. Yeah, people crash on people overestimate on motorcycles, maybe cars too. It's really, really common to overestimate your skill. And like, take how good you are on a 1 to 10 scale and how good you think you are on a 1 to 10 scale. It's that gap that gets you hurt. If you're a 5 and you think you're a 5, then you're probably going to be okay. If you're a 10 and you think you're a 10, you're all right. But if you're a 5 and you think you're 10, you're fucked. You're about to crash. And that happens a ton.
A lot of things go like that. Like, have you ever been on a ski slope and you are behind someone who thinks they're capable of the Black Diamond? And like, Kyle, you haven't really skied, but like, there's moguls when you ski a tougher run. Those are hills throughout the run that you have to weave in between. Yeah, it's a bumpy ski slope. It's much easier to go down smooth. And every once in a while, like, you will see somebody go down it and they don't realize how in over their head they are. And so they're not weaving in between moguls. They're going over the top of all of them, going bop, 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 bop. And you can see them slowly lose or quickly lose control and have a yard sale. It's just like that. where people think I can handle this. I can do this. Look at that 9-year-old kid's doing it. It's like that 9-year-old kid probably lives in Aspen, dumbass. Like, of course he can do it. Like, that's like a Canadian kid skating well. Yeah, you're not going to find someone like that in Texas.
That's how they get to school in Mystery Alaska.
It is. They skate. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't even know if that's a real town, but it's a real movie.
Oh, what a cool town name, Mystery Alaska.
You must know that movie, Taylor.
I haven't watched it, no. Wait, is it the hockey movie where it's like the New York Rangers have to play a pickup game? Okay. Yeah. That pissed me off because
that's one of my favorite hockey movies.
Did the pickup team do anything?
They didn't. They did okay, but I hated watching. They're like, yeah, we know how to play pond hockey. This is our domain. And I'm like, this is the New York Rangers. Like, they could show up drunk and they're going to win. And the only time you're going to score on that goalie is if he feels bad for all the people that paid to buy a ticket and come out. Like, you're silly. You have no chance.
The premise of the movie is that this town revolves around hockey. Yeah. Everyone's social hierarchy is based on how good they are at hockey. The kids wake up and they skate to school and back. The guys are like young 17, 19-year-olds are out there training in the morning, trying to make the town's team and knock some 35-year-old into retirement. And it's constantly going. And the players are supposed to be good, like capable of competing at the highest of highest levels. And they bring in the New York Rangers, and there's some things about the ice that aren't quite right. I don't know if the rink is a different size or if it's just no Zamboni or whatever it was. They felt like they had some advantages by being accustomed to this surface that the pros wouldn't, as if, these NHL guys, they didn't play pond hockey growing up. Oh no. Yeah, but
they know that I play for the Swedish Olympic team as well, right? On the larger ice surface. They made a huge error inviting us. I'm going to destroy them.
So, and I'll spoil the movie. They do okay. They lose. They get roughed up. Their best player shows that he's an equal of the Rangers and and gets called up. And but they just don't embarrass themselves. Kyle, you muted.
Do you remember the score?
I bet I looked it up quickly.
I feel like too high. The score should be like multiple 20s to maybe 1, but 1 is so generous, right? Like, it should be silly. The idea that one of them is their equal is very believable, though. It's like, what, you've got a town that does nothing but play this sport. You're telling me one of those guys isn't going to go pro? Probably is. Oh, yeah. It's just like those genetics go a long way, but I refuse to believe that growing up being like, I don't know, the Manning's son isn't just day in and day out just, oh, you got to think about it this way, son. I learned that after 40 years of doing it.
Yeah. Oh, look at this, Papa. Son. You're also 6'6" with huge football throwing hands. Like, wouldn't you know it?
Yeah, but I think so I had a guy in high school who went on to play pro football, and his father played pro football too. Was he a physical specimen? Yeah, big, strong white guy. But I mean, at 16, he could have coached that high school team. He was so knowledgeable about the game. And he was our best, I think he was a running back, but he was also our best defenseman. So he played the entire game long, and he just knew everything there was to know about football. And I bet you could take someone with that same body and have him not grow up the child of a professional football player and the head coach, and he wouldn't be a pro football player. It's not just body, it's environment.
Definitely. Yeah, and then also, like, if you're Peyton Manning's son or whatever, like, I mean, he can pay for all sorts of tutors and like this is what we do. He can just take you out of school and be like, you're going to the football school with me.
This guy won 2 national championships, but never started in college, but played in the pros for like 5 years till he hurt his knee. I bet there are people in Georgia in that situation who like never even start, but their second string running back is NFL worthy.
That's the other thing that's an interesting question is like, could like the national championship and college team even get on the field with an NFL team?
No.
And the answer is no. The answer is no. They just get shit on.
There would be no. I remember like talking to a friend because like in college I had no conception. I never really followed the NFL. And I remember talking to a buddy of mine in my dorm and being like, well, who was it at the time? LSU, whoever the world beater was in 2009. It was like, they could like play against the Jacksonville Jaguars, right? Like the best of this and the worst of this. And he was like, no. And then he just pulled up ESPN.com and showed me the sheer size of like the linemen in the NFL and then the size of the college ones. And I'm like, oh no, this is a risk to their health. We can't allow this.
So hold on. We are all in full agreement on this. That reigning champions at the college level will get wrecked by the Detroit Lions every year. The only like little hint of daylight between us, I really want to see that game. I really, really want to see that game. I want to know what the score is. I want to know if the pros can get motivated. There's underdogs stand a chance sometimes just because they're the only one who cares about this game.
Yeah,
I want to see it. I want to see.
Yeah, the problem would be like you're gonna hurt those college guys before they get to hit the draft up.
Oh, you're right.
There's a silly all-star type game.
It's weird to think of like a human as being so valuable, but so I follow the NBA the most closely lately, and like this guy has $140 million contract. If I'm the Sixers, I've made $140 million investment in a human. He's not just a dude whose ankle I care about. He's an asset, like a piece of machinery in this company, a central one.
One of the UGA players that's about to hit up the draft is in a lot of trouble. I don't know all the in and outs of the case.
DUI, right?
DUI, and maybe somebody got killed or hit though, right? I think there was a crash or something. And he was driving the car and he left the scene and then came back. I don't know for sure about.
He's on UGA or he's getting drafted.
It's draft time for him. He was driving a Trackhawk, somebody said, which is like a Jeep rocket ship. Yeah, a Jeep Trackhawk. I think that thing is like 0 to 60 and it's definitely under
4.1 seconds.
Oh, well,
according to this shit. This looks like a very expensive Jeep.
Star defensive tackle became the third member of their 2022 team to be charged with reckless driving. A fourth with DUI and a fifth went 34 miles an hour over the speed limit.
I don't know. That must be part of their winning culture.
9 Georgia players have been arrested in the last 13 and a half months. You guys are making waves.
Winners.
9?
Fucking winners. All right. That's all. Only
that's like
9.
A percentage of the team. Yeah, like 60 people.
That's what I'm saying. If only 9 out of 60.
2 years, it must be like 80 people over 2 years now.
Yeah, I don't know how the roster, like, I don't know.
Turns over. Yeah,
it turns over. I don't know. As long as nobody, like, as long as he wasn't coming back next year, I don't give a shit, right? Like, I don't care if his Trackhawk explodes.
Also, I look at
he's probably going somewhere to beat up my Falcons or
the type of charge. I don't know about all these charges, but like DUIs and speeding and stuff. If I'm an NFL team, like I don't love that. I don't love the guy who's drinking and driving, but it doesn't show the level of character flaw that like beating up another human would, or like this guy goes out, gets drunk and gets violent. I'm like, oh, that scares me. And I don't want him to take that and bring it to my team and infect. Some of the teammates are going to be vulnerable to that as infection, right? They're going to be influenced by this guy. Dude, let's go out. Let's go out to a strip club. Let's fuck somebody up who's smaller than us. This is my idea of a good night. And he's going to be a bad person that turns 2 or 3 more bad. That I don't like. But someone who like goes 34 miles an hour over the speed limit, I don't see him ruining a team.
No. And I mean, like you said, the NFL
he did lie about it,
like,
leave the scene, all that stuff.
Like they can, like there have been players who like savagely beat their wives, and then it's like starting at cornerback. Like it's just, like they as long as you can play football, they don't care. They care about the PR aspect of it. But
do y'all watch any of the congressional like testimony situations? You know, when they got a guy from a drug company or a CEO of somewhere like on the stand, and they're giving them the business, because I love that shit.
No, I haven't really.
I think it's your guy from Missouri. It's a white guy in his 30s, maybe early 40s. With like,
I don't actually know who our guy is.
He's got good. I know. I'm trying to describe him.
I love that.
Our governor, is that it? Gun to my head. I don't know who the governor of Missouri is.
No, it's definitely a senator.
Mike Parson.
I don't know. Anyway, he's always great. I saw one where
Josh Hawley.
Is that the
him?
guy?
Wait, Josh Hawley's a senator.
Eric Schmidt.
I don't know. I need to see a picture of the guy. I've seen a couple things about Missouri today. I think St. Louis is they're working on reparations there. I watched the whole thing about that today.
Thank goodness.
Yeah,
you think so?
Who's getting the reparations?
Well, I think we got to get some equity for those.
Everyone
should have the same results, Taylor. And if you don't think so, you're racist.
Yeah. No, I will not be. Well, I mean, that I guarantee it's St. Louis City who will vote on that. Like I said, St. Louis City, St. Louis County, separate governments. And so the city will have, if they're doing that, I haven't even heard about it, that will pass there. And just like everything that passes, there's already nobody lives there already. There's no one who lives there.
Everyone about it, it's not fair. Taylor has 2 jobs, right? We should take some of his earnings and give them to people who only have 1 job.
No,
or no jobs.
No, don't like that. No,
you're hoarding. You're hoarding work and money.
You're hoarding $90,000 bathrooms, and and I think that is who we need. Everyone should get a piece of that bathroom.
Everyone should be able to go in there every now and then, take a little shower.
Taylor, in my defense, I barely work at all. Whereas you're working all the time just collecting cash. This is bullshit. Don't point that gun at me.
Take it from Taylor. He's so busy, he won't know us. Yeah, that shit's retarded. So stupid. You're gonna vote to redistribute wealth like that.
They had a 20-minute discussion about it, and there were no white people there.
No shit. I wonder if that was
no white people. It's like a black woman with a bald black woman who is so light-skinned, by the way. I think that she's almost passable. Is it octaloon or octoroon?
I think both are frowned upon.
I don't know this word.
Well,
I know it from Archer.
As Taylor would say, not a single drop. But anyway, she's saying that they're just going back and forth, these bald, light-skinned black women about how Whitey needs to pay up his fair share. How like half the city can't let the other half die.
Well, yes. Are they saying the county has to pay a bunch of money to recover the city? It's like, no, the city is a shithole because it's run by dummies who continue to make it worse.
I saw her picture today. Your mayor there.
Is she hot?
No, but she's hotter than Lori Lightfoot out of Chicago.
Are you saying that's hotter than Lori Lightfoot?
Yeah,
hotter than Beetlejuice.
Can you put a picture of Lori Lightfoot up, please, Zach? Just so people know the bar that this woman's cleared.
It is. She's almost uncanny valley levels of ugly. Like just
like the hairline, if we're being real, though, right? Like I've just never seen a woman who accepted receiving.
She looks surprised.
You don't see many women who accept male pattern baldness. You know,
yeah,
they do something, especially if they're black. Like I don't think that's racist to say at all. Most like black women
this is the best I've ever seen her.
Black women do. Yeah, this is old. This is old. Her hair is almost like, I don't know, up here somewhere. Like she's way back here now.
She's 30-40% more surprised than this now all the time.
Yeah, I need to see these pictures of her. Like,
it's so odd that for like a black person, like I said, to like not.
These pictures from yesterday. All right, so that's what she looks like.
That's from yesterday. She got hair plugs then.
This is the absolute best.
There's a good angle.
That is male pattern baldness.
Yeah, it's male pattern baldness. That's a high T woman right there.
Yeah.
High T.
I honestly,
pronouns.
I'm a 50-year-old male, and I swear I'm confident in saying I've got her hairline beat.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That looks like
I actually do.
She is heading toward Mr. Burns at the speed of light. Okay.
Leave it on this photo. Have you ever seen that meme where it's like, how does someone look so masculine yet so feminine, so young yet so old? Like, what am I looking at here? Like, she looks like she could be young, pretending to be older, because she's got like a child's lower half to her face with the smaller chin.
I don't know why she lost re-election though. She got the numbers up.
She pumped those numbers.
Murder numbers,
the homicide rates. Yeah. They haven't been this strong in ages.
She's the first mayoral candidate not to win re-election in what did they say, 40 years?
Yeah, you said 40 years in the text.
Yeah.
Also, though, you have to look at Illinois politicians.
They've only had 2 mayors in the last 20, though.
All of them go to jail.
She's one of them.
So my question is, did she lose the primary and they're likely to get a different Democrat, or did she lose to a Republican and they're likely to change team?
No, I think no way a Republican won in Chicago.
Yeah, all of her competition was black or brown. Although the squares were small, one of those persons could have been very light skinned.
Okay. So she lost. It was a primary.
Yeah.
I think so.
And I assume the Democrat that beat her is favored to win the general.
Absurd. Yeah.
A Republican has no shot in Chicago.
Okay. I knew that was true in some cities. Like in Baltimore, the Republican never ever wins in Baltimore.
Yeah.
80 or 90%.
It's like St. Louis City. Like I think it's been like decades since St. Louis City has had like a Republican in pretty much anywhere there.
I also care how close it is because like a Democratic senator or governor, they never win in Texas, but they are sometimes within like 3 or 4%. So it's like if everything were to line up, if they were to elect some pedo like Alabama did, Alabama had the pedo.
They did.
Then he'd probably lose.
He was like 14-year-old girls. When he was 50 and 60,
he was banned from the mall.
I don't remember it.
He was that guy that they banned from the mall. He, Rufus McOld cocksucker fuck.
He was Roy.
This was years ago.
Yeah,
Roy Moore. He's probably dead now. That's how old he was.
Roy Moore, maybe. Yeah.
Brain blast.
Right. So if they were to try to put up a Roy Moore in Texas, he might lose. Whereas a Roy Moore could probably win in Baltimore. It's just so lopsided.
Yeah.
I guess I always assumed like cities always were won, but like just because like St. Louis is my perspective point. And so like I thought it was like, every city always Democrats and every suburb for the most part, mostly Republican. At least that's how St. Louis is. Like it's Republicans.
Yeah.
I don't even think they run Republicans in the city anymore.
Don't Republicans win in New York City sometimes?
I think there's one Republican guy who's like in northern, like a House rep in like northern, like the country of New York.
Oh no, there's a lot more Republicans in New York than that.
Yeah,
they have like
the famous guy Lee something.
But I'm going for the mayors and shit. This list doesn't have their
Giuliani, right?
Giuliani, yeah. Bloomberg, Blasio, Adams. Do you know any of these names?
Yeah.
I know the names. I don't remember their party affiliations.
I thought Bloomberg was a Democrat. Didn't he just run as a Democrat and everybody laughed at him even though he had like bunches of money and nothing happened in 2020? Wasn't he the dude like bandying about the idea, one of the billionaires? He's like a real deal fucking billionaire. Like there's Trump level billionaire at like 3-4 bill. I think that guy's like real like 70 bill.
Bloomberg won as a Republican.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that. I think he's been Democrat lately, but he was a Republican in 2002 to 2013, I guess, when he ran.
Oh, okay. I definitely wouldn't know about that.
I had to pull it up. I didn't know. But anyway, yeah. So my point was not all big cities go blue every time, but we'll agree mostly blue.
Yeah, and their version of a Republican is always a different kind of Republican as well, right? Which makes sense. You're going to
Democrat from 6 years ago is the kind of Republican they like. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll have a rootin' tootin'.
The kind of Republican that would be far too, left wing for a 2008 Democrat Party. That kind of Republican.
I get recommended way too much Marjorie Taylor Greene by YouTube now.
What's she up to? What's is she the good looking one, or is that
that's Bobert you're thinking of?
That's Bobert.
Yeah, what's she up to then? I don't care about Magic the Gathering anymore.
God, she's hard to fucking look at. I don't know. I saw one. She's just being like weird. I hate her so much.
Did you see her screaming at that guy from Georgia about election fraud, how Trump won the state, how he's, she's like, if you're going to sit here and tell me that no dead people voted in that election, he's like, 4 dead people voted. No, thousands did. And Trump won Georgia. And there he's like, Trump lost Georgia by 11,000 some votes. And, yeah.
Still, is this like a day ago, 2 days ago?
Like yesterday. Like she is really banging the Trump should have won the election.
Do you think that
widespread fraud drum?
Do you think she's like out of material?
Like,
no. I'm told by whatever the news reports that from people who know her that she's clever. She's not some stupid QAnon sucker. She's not an idiot who thinks Trump won the election. She's none of those things. What she is a rabble rouser who gets idiots to vote for her. And it's all calculated and successful.
I keep seeing more and more stuff about the Wuhan lab. I saw that Congress voted unanimously to release all information about the virus coming from there. It's looking like that's what happened. I saw The View, that clip from them being like, well, well, we didn't want to agree with Trump.
Is that an actual quote? Is that right?
Yeah. Their point was, well, I know we didn't want to consider that it might have come from a Wuhan lab. We'd have had to have agreed with Trump, and that's just not palatable.
No, believe bat soup instead.
So it's legitimately looking more and more like China. And then I like this conspiracy. It's the nut job stuff that's starting to seem more and more true. I keep seeing they were asking Fauci, like, well, who did you receive money from? I received money from lots of places. It's like, dude, where'd you get that money from? What'd they pay you for? Don't be fucking obtuse about this.
I'd like to know if there's anything funny going on there. The reflection on COVID has impacted my opinion on fact checking, because I used to feel like, hey, these are fact checkers. They can tell you what's true and not true. Boom. And sometimes, well, one, even if you know everything, it can be a bit of a gray area. And two, a lot of shit you just don't know. Like, it's still coming out. That the Wuhan lab theory at one time was like enough to get you banned off Twitter and a racist thing to think.
Yeah.
And it turns out to be the most likely. I think that now they're leaning to, like, if they had to choose gun to their head, they'd say the lab leak theory is the right one.
You could not believe that publicly and maintain social media.
If you told everyone that, like, you know, cloth masks are a waste of time, you're being stupid, that would get you like banned off Twitter. Now, I think people generally agree cloth masks don't do much for you. They certainly don't do anything on the inhale side. Maybe on the exhale, they stop you from broadcasting your breath as far as it would have. I don't know. But cloth masks, Wuhan lab leak, and there's probably some other examples. It's like things that would get you automatically bot fact checked on Facebook and Twitter are now they're on the other side. Yeah. So fact checking's hard.
Yeah, it's going to be it's only going to bolster Trump's odds come election time, that he's going to be proven right so many times as the virus as far as the virus went. He's just going to have a gotcha moment every step of the way on Biden. So that'll be interesting.
It won't matter.
So I go the other way on it. I'm like, man, there's gotcha. So Biden, for example, now is pursuing people who committed fraud on COVID relief. People who got like paycheck guarantees. I need $2.2 million to pay these people who aren't working anymore. Then they pay out $100,000, put $2.1 million in their own pocket and call it a win. That shit is so prevalent, and Biden going after it will have story after story of how ineffective the governance was under Trump, how fraudulent, how poorly done it was. Maybe I'm the only one that cares about that kind of thing.
Yeah, people won't care about that. They'll be like, oh, did Americans get too much money out of the government? Oh, Trump, did you give us too much money to people who might not? They won't care.
No, it's thieves and liars and people who are connected. Those are the ones that got the money. I didn't get any COVID relief. Well, maybe the $600 or whatever they sent out, but I didn't get 2.2 million. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was 1,200. I forget what it was.
Get shit.
What? Yeah. You didn't?
No.
What? I thought everyone did. But anyway.
No. Give me no goddamn check.
Dude, I got a check for like literally $65. And I was like, sure? What the fuck? I didn't even cash it. I'm like, if I cash this, I'm going to get like in trouble on my taxes. This is a mistake. Like, why the fuck did you send the government send me $63.18?
Got it. Well, anyway, I'm mixed up. But yeah, they gave out like tokens, $600 to everybody.
Reparations might be a good idea.
Got tens of $600
fucking dollars. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I parlayed that into a new bathroom. Down payment. My bathroom. Dope.
Yeah, I no longer trust Fauci. I think he might have been up to some monkey business, being paid to say things. He definitely lied multiple times, but maybe even being paid by pharmaceutical companies. I think that I don't know why everybody wanted to cover China's ass on that thing. You know, Trump was up there calling it the Chinese virus, and he's like, "Oh, how dare you, kid? Don't you know that a Chinese person got beaten up yesterday in California?" It's like, really? One? A whole Chinese person got beaten up? Oh no, because of the truth, huh? Well, you know what they say, the truth hurts. I wish he'd said that.
You think he would have said that? Yeah. I mean, like, from the media perspective, it makes sense that they wouldn't want to go all in anti-China and agree with Trump at the election time, because that would be a huge groundswell of support for Trump, because it would be like a common enemy of like, we're all against China. We don't like them. The Democrats agree. We have big plans, people. Big plans. We're going to take care of China. And then it would be like I think that would, grease his wheels a bit in that time.
You still don't think he's got a chance?
I don't think he has a shot. No.
Do you think he beats DeSantis?
I don't know. I don't really like this DeSantis guy. I don't like him.
Really? I think he's great. Like maybe I'm missing something, but so it's weird when you only get exposed to hang there. If you only hear DeSantis' side of the story, you're like, holy shit, what a great guy. I don't think I've ever heard his detractors exactly. And when I do hear them, I see them lying about him. Whenever someone's talking shit about DeSantis, they're fucking lying to you. If they're calling something the "Don't Say Gay" bill, that's not what it is.
Well, that was obvious.
You named it that, weirdo. And every time you boil down what that bill is about, it's like 85% of people are for it. By the way, 15% of the people need to be dissolved in acid. Okay. Okay. Walk the streets. You'll agree with me. Just start counting.
The homeless.
15% of the people you see on your day, you're like, yep, fucking boil them up, use their bones, send their bones to China as fertilizer, like they did the
You're making a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that does make sense.
If you asked me, I'll make it up, 4 months ago, I'd be like, DeSantis is going to kick Trump's ass. No one cares about Trump. Everyone's tired of his lies. All his rallies were out there like, I really won the election. I didn't really lose. Just sore loser bullshit. Then he did that NFT thing with the pictures of him as an astronaut and a cowboy. And it I remember Kyle was like, not only was his major announcement bad, it proved to me he's not even seriously running for president. And I agreed with you at the time. Now I'm like, shit, I think Trump is a shoo-in for the Republican nomination. And I
think the debates are what's going to matter. I think they're going to have to draw their own lines between themselves. So it'll be really fun to see DeSantis and Trump on the debate stage. Mm-hmm. And I hope that Rubio and what's his name from Texas are there again too. And Jeb comes back. I hope
Jeb has already endorsed DeSantis.
That's right.
Yeah.
That could only hurt him.
Oh no, DeSantis is a lock now that he has the Jeb supporters.
If Jeb was like, I'll support your podcast, I'd be like, Jeb, please.
They should just do DeSantis ! As his campaign slogan.
DeSantis! That was so funny. Jeb!
That guy sucks. What was he going to say? And Nikki Haley's running.
Oh yeah, you're a tough guy, Jeb. Real tough guy over here.
Real tough guy, Jeb. Real tough.
I don't know if Trump's good at debates or not. Like when I watch Trump debate, I think he does pretty well. And he has some zingers and etc. When I watched him debate Biden, I thought he kind of won, right? But afterwards, it seemed like the country didn't agree. They're like, this Trump guy is an asshole who interrupts every time Biden starts to talk. Worse than I ever have. A different level if you have to watch the debate. And he didn't let Biden ever say anything. He just dominated the air the entire time. And it was so over the top. The moderators couldn't get him under control. I thought he kind of alphaed Biden. That was my takeaway from it. But afterwards, everyone was like, Trump is an asshole. I can't vote for him. So is he good or not? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember the post-debate being that cut and dry. If I recall, I do remember I remember social media, like on Twitter at the time, lots of people being like, Trump is thrashing him. And then afterward, I remember a lot of CNN, that kind of like mainstream being like, embarrassing show from Trump as he walks over Biden's speech, like that kind of shit, where it's almost I'm always hesitant of that. Like when something happens and then 2 hours later Fox is saying the country agrees with DeSantis' strong stances. It's like, shut the fuck up. You don't know. You agree and you want to convince people that you are speaking for a larger representation than you actually are.
Fox has been fun lately. So during the post-election, they were beating the drum about election fraud. They were beating the drum about Dominion voting systems and just saying fraud, fraud, fraud. Tucker Carlson is up there saying many people are questioning the results of this election, and for good reason. And he'd just go on there and lay out all the troubles they had. But privately, in their text messages. This crew is fucking MSNBC in private. Tucker is like, she's a liar. Sidney Powell, this is Trump's attorney. Like, I caught her in lies. She's outwardly lying. And they're in private. They're saying Rudy Giuliani is a kook. He lies.
Why don't we have their private communication?
Why would anyone? Because Dominion sued them and he got their text messages. So they're texting each other back and forth, and now it's like it's in court. You could see they need to prove that the Fox News system host company not just lied, but knowingly lied, and they seemingly have. The defamation is a really hard thing to win, but gosh, they have them. Tucker Carlson was like, he got fact checked by someone else at Fox News, and he's like, fire her immediately. Don't fact check me. Oh my gosh, we're going to lose viewers to Newsmax and what is it?
I agree, by the way,
or whatever. We're going to lose viewers to these other people if we don't tell these lies. And our stock price is down already. We need to keep telling these lies because that's what the viewers want to hear. I'm paraphrasing, but this is what he said in his text.
Yeah.
And I've always wondered if Tucker believed what he said, if Ingram believed what she said, if Lou Dobbs believed what he said.
No, they're smart people.
No, yeah, they're smart people who know that they're lying to you. It's the idiots watching Fox News that believe them.
But they're important lies to tell because you've got to motivate the potato heads out there to get out and vote. And it's all about getting like some fucking state judge that leans this way instead of that way 8 years from now. That's what really matters. And so to accomplish that, so that justice is done, at least our view of justice, you got to get the potato heads out to vote. How do you get the potato heads to vote? Oh my God, it's a Chinese fucking conspiracy and the balloons are over your house right now. Buy your Trump helmets. They'll protect you from above. And, you know, like you got to get the potato heads out.
That is true.
And in the end, you know, justice gets done. The reason our system is so full of red tape, bureaucracy, and horse shit is because you don't want sweeping change to be possible. It's we had a eureka moment and realized that things should be like this instead of that. Let's just rewrite everything. But you can't because of all the red tape and bureaucracy. And people throw their hands up and say the system is broken. It's working just fine. It's making sure that we haven't came around and confiscated everyone's guns yet. It's making sure that we don't have libel laws like they do in the UK that thing J.K. Rowling's using to sue anyone who talks shit about her on Twitter. They're like, you're a Nazi. You're going to apologize for that.
Did you hear about the royal family? God, I don't keep up with them, but I was
apologize. It's really funny.
I was reading about it today
publicly.
You'll like this law. Apparently, the royal family has a law that says that they can stop you and the news from talking about them. And if they issue this clause or warrant or whatever it's called, you can't talk about the fact that you can't talk about it. They'll say, hey, all news, you can't talk about, I guess Prince William's cheated on his wife. And Prince Charles, the king, has declared that you can't report on that. And also you can't declare that he's declared that you can't report on that. But it's gone Streisand effect because there are plenty of news agencies who are not British.
Yeah.
And that
most of them.
Yeah, that law doesn't work anymore. I'm over here in America like, suck my dick, ching.
You know about the South Park controversy?
What did they do?
Oh, South Park. All right. First of all, a quick thing about South Park and then the South Park controversy. So they came out with some kind of weird deal with Paramount and HBO. So Paramount owns Cartoon Network, or excuse me, Comedy Central, where South Park traditionally is. Paramount owns that. So Paramount Plus is like, okay, we'll have your show on Paramount Plus, the streaming platform too. And they're like, cool. And well, we also, this is Trey and Matt, we South Park, we're also going to make a deal with HBO, but we're just going to make movies for them, like these specials.
Yeah.
There's a huge problem, I think, legally, where like now it's like HBO, South Park, and Paramount trying to work out who that show goes to. And I'm wondering if that's why I haven't gotten a new episode this season yet over on wherever I'm watching it. But the first episode was Kanye, destroyed Kanye, had a great time with him. And then second episode is Prince Harry and Meghan Markle or whatever. What are their names? The prince that married the brown chick and then moved to Canada. or wherever they moved.
Sounds right. Harry and Meghan Markle. It's Williams.
Okay, sorry, I don't
Kate
follow.
Middleton and Williams is the other one.
Zach Sam, I'm right. Anyway, South Park did an episode where, if you've never seen like how they treat the Queen, and it's a wonderful day here in Canada, and they're burying the Queen, and they bury the Queen, and the whole episode is about the prince and his wife are mad because you're looking at them, and so they are constantly in your face. Stop looking at us! Stop looking at us! The whole episode, they're like, they've got posters and they're protesting that people are looking at them and I guess they're suing South Park, and it's like South Park's not afraid of you. They had terrorists trying to kill them. They don't care about.
Well, they did remove that episode out of. Well, the networks did. Yeah.
Yes, those cowards.
Those bastards.
Brett Favre is suing Pat McAfee. Did you follow that at all?
No. Did Pat expose him for taking those poor children's money and
this one's delicious. Yeah. So Pat McAfee, I guess, reported on how Brett Favre allegedly took like millions or like roughly $1 million in speaker fees for himself, which he paid back, I think. And he also got like $5 million to turn his daughter's volleyball court in college into like, I don't know, $5 million builds a heck of a it's a wedding destination at this point. Like this volleyball court. And Brett Favre was like behind the scenes. They have his text messages allegedly, so I don't get sued, of being like, we're not going to get caught on this. And where the money came from is like the best part. It was like the Mississippi poverty fund for like single moms and like welfare and shit like that. Like the neediest people in one of the neediest states. And Brett Favre is putting $1 million in his own fucking pocket for speaking fees. I don't think he even spoke. And then, of course, his daughter needed a better volleyball court at school. So he sues Pat Tillman. And Pat Tillman's like, I'd tell you to talk to my lawyers. Pat
McAfee.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, Pat Tillman's dead. It'd be impressive to talk to him. Yeah. He's like, you can talk to my lawyers, but I don't have any lawyers. So good luck with that. Anyway, Brett Favre came out. And he's like, I think he mocked Pat McAfee's wealth. And, was basically like, you're trying to make money off my name and stuff. Dude, Pat McAfee is setting the world on fire right now. If you told me he was wealthier than Brett Favre, I'd be like, yeah, that tracks. That could be.
Dude, that guy's loaded. I've heard of him, and I don't follow football. Like, he's enormously popular.
He was a kicker that was interesting. He's an athletic kicker who like got tackles and like I don't want to say he was as athletic as the rest of the team, but that gap was way closer with Pat McAfee, a kicker, and the rest of the normal players than typical. Typically, the kicker is all he does well is kick. And he was also a lot of fun. He would drink and fall into the canal and shit like that. He was always in the papers. He really likes his alcohol, or at least he did in his playing days. And he's great on the mic. So now he works for ESPN. He has his own show. He's just killing it. And he reported on Brett Favre. Brett Favre is suing him, and it's Streisanding this thing. I hadn't thought about Brett Favre in a year.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh, right. Brett Favre allegedly steals from poor people for himself and his daughter and the politicians behind it. It's a huge case, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it seems like Brett Favre's a piece of shit.
We don't know his story. Maybe the old volleyball court was awful.
Have you even thought about that, Kyle? And you know what else is awful? Poor people.
Yeah.
Poor people are awful.
Yeah, what are those poor people going to spend that money on?
Poor deserves the money. Daughters of 100 millionaires. That's who needs money.
Yeah. I say we get that money back from him, and Why isn't he getting that money from fucking Wisconsin or something though? Or Minnesota, somewhere where he actually played ball.
To redistribute the wealth of Brett Favre and Taylor. For some reason.
Only if it's foreign aid to Israel. That's where it should go.
I'm just gonna bang the redistributing Taylor's money drum.
Don't like it. Don't like that.
You got two jobs. You're selfish.
I'm gonna go vote in the St. Louis City election and say, as the sole white person, and go, I'm here to say no.
Did you see this article where this lady bought this 1998 Ford Escort, $289 a month?
What?
For 84 months.
Is there more to the story?
Are there diamonds in it?
Did she trade in a car that was like super underwater?
Oh, that's an interesting. But that makes. It's wild.
How could you $288 a month for 84 months?
Mm-hmm.
What is
do the math on that for me?
84 divisible by 12. Is there anyone capable of this?
That's 7 years.
Oh, yeah, that's 7 years. Just like
7 years for what is this? A
1998.
98.
The car is already 25 years old. She's gonna keep it until it's 32 years old.
Oh my god.
Look how happy she is.
There are girls who have retired from porn younger than that car. that is and who is that? The happiest salesman of the day. Like who's that guy? Hopefully he doesn't
car is
know.
worth like $900.
Is there a level higher than assassin? What kind of salesman is he? The serial assassin?
Keeper.
This should be a crime. Like you shouldn't be.
I want to talk about this too. Zach, can you show us Finnster's Twitter? I think Finnster's only. What
were your words, Taylor? I didn't hear what you said.
Am I back?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't even know where I dropped out at. Forget.
I don't think you dropped out. I think you just talked at the same time.
Yeah, you made a weird noise that confused me.
Oh, you guys all froze up for me for a couple seconds.
No, somebody showed me earlier. I don't use Twitter, but I guess. Is it? Oh no. Go to the one where he's like advertising his OnlyFans. That one with the picture covering his ass. Like go up one. That one. I click on that one.
Oh, there's a mirror.
When I open my present. Oh no.
The present over his ass. Man, this is what a
12,000 retweets. 1,200 retweets, 35,000 likes.
I heard him described as the poster boy for unrealistic goals in like transitioning, and he doesn't even transition. He just dresses up.
He's just a jack of all trades.
He said he was on hormone blockers. But someone said the hormone blocker was what's the one you take to prevent balding? Finasteride. Which
what that means is that blocks DHT. I got a big bag of it over there across the room. That
it left me very confused because I'm like, does he think DHT is more of a hormone blocker than it is?
I think y'all had some kind of misunderstanding.
I'm going off of like a meme. Like it's not like I talked to him. But does he think that finasteride is more of a hormone blocker than it is, or is he just selling it as like part of the brand? Like now I'm going.
I probably recommended the finasteride.
What's up, Tucker? How are you?
Good. Sorry, I'm late.
Hey, Tucker. Hey, it's tricky to. I have people that I would want to recommend finasteride to that I haven't said anything because.
I recommend it to everyone. I tell them I'm like. It'll usually begin if someone's asking me about getting into shape, and I'll talk about like, or really TRT. And what I'll always say is like, whether you get the TRT or not, finasteride is just something you should start doing. I mean, your doctor should, it's between you and him. Just like when we advertise fucking Blue Chew or something, Code PKA. But why not stop your hair from ever going anywhere, right? And it'll regrow some if you lost some. I think Derek told me once that, to some small extent, it raises your testosterone levels.
That's
so finasteride, and it's incredibly cheap. You don't have to go to the doctor. You go into a website that I won't advertise for free for. And you get yourself
never for free.
Hey there, Tucker.
Tucker, we are talking about what we think you may have been misunderstanding. I don't think that Finnster is on hormone blockers or any of that.
Definitely not.
Like I think he said he was.
He said he was.
And I don't know if he's confused or if he's like, stretching the truth.
He said on here that
he said on here he wasn't.
Hormones. So I just think there's a bit of a confusion, or someone else put some words in his mouth.
That could be.
But
I don't.
Finnster,
he doesn't need that. Yeah,
You're
Finnster.
With Finnster, right?
Yeah. No, I don't actually. I have like all of this. We're talking about hair loss or what?
Show a picture.
You don't know who Finnster is?
Finnster is a Twitch
I might know.
streamer. He looks like a pretty girl. He dresses as a pretty girl, but he's a straight man.
Okay. Like
you'll know once you see. I'm Zach, surprised. Pull up a picture of that fuckable friend of the show.
Oh. The most fuckable friend of the show.
Yeah, he's on. He called it a DHT blocker.
All right. Okay. So interesting. Who No, did not have no idea who that is. But
Twitch streamer. He got the biggest like private Twitch donation in history, $300,000. Right. And this, by the way, wasn't like to a charity.
Train wrecks.
They just straight up gave him $300,000 because they enjoy his content. Yeah,
wild. That is the definition of an oiler. When we talk about oilers existing, like in the Twitch culture, like an oil prince, like somebody who's coming in and just here's $300,000 person on the internet. Have a good day.
Dude, I had that on Woodycraft.
I know you did.
Yeah,
super users, whales and stuff. Yeah.
So in Woodycraft, it was a little bit pay to win. That was never okay, but it wasn't as hated as it is today. And so you could pay to get better, but this is a team game with factions, right? We all have these gangs. So if I really want to be in a strong thing, I need to pay for you to win too. And Oilers would have that. The top rank was $500. So some people would just buy it like, all right, I'm gonna make 6 people. God was the highest rank. I'm gonna make 6 people gods today. Boom.
Yeah, Finn gets a lot of donations like that. When I brought it up here on the show, the time he was on, I was trying to make him as much money as I could. I was like, how much money would it take for you to get breast implants? And I knew someone was gonna offer him whatever amount he said. He's got too many simps out there, dude. There's just too many simps out there. I guess we're among them.
You know who did? Yes, but you know who did this before? I guess that very similar line that you might know. C9 Sneaky, the League of Legends pro, is like the original bait, cross-dress cosplay. And I'm pretty sure he was the first prominent. I mean, he still plays League at a high level, but I'm pretty sure he was the first, to the point where people
would voice as well, like straight cis voice.
Oh no, I mean Sneaky's not. He's just like, oh, you think I'm hot? I guess then we'll run it, or maybe he's not. I don't know. It's just I'm not close friends with him, but it's like the same thing. And there are so many people that sub to that man's Patreon or only whatever he was doing. So I mean,
I remember him for sure, because he was the one people send you a link. Oh, I would see him do that thing where he's dressed up as I don't know, some anime character, or maybe
it's a lead character, like
a Mortal Kombat
or
character,
like that,
that clicks her heels back up toward her ass, goes like that sort of thing. He's doing that shit, looking hot as fuck at Comic-Con or E3 or whatever, and these big goofy dudes are getting a little too handsy with him, and then he goes, "This is really nice of you to take a picture with me," and they're like, "Ah!"
Yeah, you ruined it. That's one of my favorite parts about Finnster. He's just a cis male, right? That's who he really is, and the fact that he's a cis male who's prettier than most.
Oh, is
girls,
this them together streaming? That's
it could be.
Well, I think Sneaky's on the right. Okay, well, yeah. So I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
This is like Clash of the Titans. They're
Clash of the I didn't even know these mean Titans anybody,
but I think we know who's hot
right now.
2 men.
They're both you have to go find a real woman to find somebody hotter than
not just any real woman. You'd have to look around.
It's kind of funny because I think when Sneaky was first starting out doing, and we're talking 7 years ago, right, or 6 years ago, you'd be scrolling on Twitter and there'd be live stream fail posts before it became TMZ of streamers going scrolling down, then scrolling up, looking at it and being like, damn, and then scrolling down again and then being like, oh wait, that was Sneaky. Oh,
looking good, buddy.
Yeah, nice.
Nice tight tits, bro.
Yeah. And up to Tucker, you got some people in the background there. They're not robbing you, are you? You know,
no, that's my girlfriend who lives.
You never
with
know.
Me. Yeah,
you ransacking the place.
Yeah, that's actually it's the weirdest power move. They want to rob me on podcast. I'm late because I got stuck on Catalina Island for an extra day because the weather was so bad they wouldn't let boats go in or out, which I know sounds very nice, but I promise you it was not nice. It was not it was not very, I mean, going was cool, but being there and having the Band-Aid ripped off of it's like Disneyland without any people and all the rides are closed, but you're still in the park. And it's every single thing closed, there's nothing to do. It's a town. We walked around the town twice, and that was in the first 2 hours. And then you're like, all right, well, so we watched 8 episodes of HGTV, and then
classic hotel TV where it's I guess I can watch yet another Property
beautiful.
Brothers.
So this is
where is this again?
Catalina Island, 26 miles off the coast of Los Angeles.
Oh,
the fucking Catalina wine mixer is a real thing, which happens here. This is how it looked when we got there.
Why don't you just chop her back?
You can't. You see what happened to Kobe? You can't chop her in bad weather, right? So now, rip Kobe. But we did see people, chop her back. So it was so pretty, very postcard-esque, very small. We went off during the off season, so it was empty. And that meant that there also wasn't a lot to do outside of we rented golf carts. That's the only thing you can drive over there if you don't live on the island. So drove around there. There's bison, sick.
Bison.
Yeah, like wild bison. Obviously, like the weirdest juxtaposition between the richest people on planet Earth and then the people that are working there and living on the island because it is like Wrigley, the guy Wrigley Field, Wrigley Gum. That guy bought the island in the 20s, and he was like, I want to make it a place for everybody to come vacation because it was like an undeveloped tent camping site.
God, why didn't he make it his own Vegas with gambling? Can you imagine?
He did. He put a casino on it, a 12-floor. Pull that photo back up because you can see it.
Fuck.
And imagine my disappointment when
why don't people go there to gamble instead of Vegas? You take the whole
because it's fucking closed. It's closed, and they closed it in like the 40s, and I'm like, well, or like the 60s, and I'm like, okay, it's cool, but all in all, I would definitely say it's probably better to go in the summer.
The amount of money that we're talking about, if you had a hotel casino,
look, that's the casino
right fucking there.
No, he developed this island had nothing. He put sewage, water, power, and a pottery thing, built the casino.
Is there can planes land on the island? Do they have a runway?
Yeah, they have a runway up on that. You see that tower up there at the top left. There's a runway back there for like little prop planes and stuff. A helipad.
What I'm wondering is if you're flying across the Pacific, if you're an Asian coming to America to gamble, could this also take that traffic away from Vegas?
No way, dude. There's so many Asians that love to gamble.
There's too many. No,
you put them all right here.
I couldn't fit.
Listen. I will say that the island it wasn't Vegas. It didn't feel like that. It was incredible. I mean, maybe, but it was it's the smallest fishing town ever that just so happens to have stupidly expensive mansions arbitrarily thrown around in the corners here. And then
there's poor people mixed in.
Yeah. And the cost of living. Yeah, they work there. And I mean, there's 5,000 people that live there. So there's an elementary school and a high school. It was my first time I ever went, by the way. So I'm just I read the brochure, but it was it was kind of, I mean, I looked the shittiest apartment. There's 2 places for sale on Zillow right now. 2. The shittiest apartment you've ever seen in one, not the shittiest, I'm sorry, just a very $800 a month apartment in the middle of Iowa that is $800,000 and a arguably normal apartment that you would see in the San Diego for $3 million. And it's all right, we're dealing with straight tiers of income that are exponentially bigger because this is not your primary residence. It's so inconvenient to live there. Did you see
the picture?
Fun.
It's it's Kylie Jenner and I think maybe Khloe Kardashian's house. Have you seen them? So they live next door to each other, and they both have expansive mansions with, you're like, oh my God, it's like an L with 2 more L's attached to it and a pool in the middle. And then but then there's an arrow and it points to they kind of share a big concrete drive type area since they are neighbors. They just made it all one big thing. That's nice. This is where the maid lives in this little streamliner. Those little shiny metal trailer.
Ones? Yeah.
They don't have a shed.
Quarters. And I mean, dude, this place has to have a dozen bedrooms in it each.
And you got to assume that they would probably have a working quarters in a house. Almost all of the houses. I love watching me some house tours. Almost all of the stupid rich house tours are and here's where the people who work for you, the cook and everything live. Wait,
this is before it was finished.
It's a shack right here.
So this is long before. So this is a while back. I don't know how.
God, finished, you are so rich, and you still choose to build the ugliest fucking ranch style. This is
you don't like it. It's so many square feet though because it's so.
I do not like the look of the one on the left. It's
the one on the left is terrifying. It's like a Walmart. It's like a Bass Pro Shop.
The one on the left is Kylie Jenner's. The one on the right. Oh, it says it right there.
Oh, Chloe.
Of course it does. The one on the right is close. But
so Chris is
because Kris Jenner is Kylie's mother, and for some reason they're attributing it to her. But now Kylie Jenner is a billionaire, so like I think it's probably her fucking house if she wants it. I
can't figure out if I like him or not. A lot of people like they see.
Well, they're not finished. I wish we had
bridges. Oh, they're not finished.
Not in construction. See the pools.
I don't give a shit. I don't care. You can't.
They're building these houses in this photo.
What's so upset? I mean, look, is it okay? Is this what it looks like now? Yeah. Look how why? Look. All right. First, it's just so many angles.
Yeah. Why does the roof look like that?
Like, I'm with necessary?
You know where you see like an old church and then they add an addition to the church and it's very disjointed. Like that's what the roofs look like.
What I don't like about the roof as a normal person is like, oh, that's incredibly difficult to maintain. You can't put solar on top of it. Like what part faces south exactly? There's so many fucking right. I'm talking about as a regular person.
Yeah.
When you have a problem with your roof and you're likely to look at how many seams and joints there are, like that's expense. When you need to replace that roof, my goodness, that's like 9 houses' roofs. You know, it's a lot to maintain and pay for. Now they don't have normal person issues like that. So
yeah,
I'm like, let's say that cost is no object. Do I still hate it? It's impractical. But from a design standpoint, it's like you have to show me something better because I don't just knee jerk hate it.
I'll tell you what I would. If it were me, the billionaire who wanted to live like in that area, I'd really want some sort of like penthouse suite or the whole top floor of a building, like those views that I've seen that apartment in New York. That's like the world's most expensive apartment.
Yeah, like the
is it $100 million, $200 million? It's something.
It's a quarter. I think it's a quarter of $1 billion. It's huge,
dude. It's like Lex Luthor's fucking apartment. You're looking out. You're so high up that you're seeing the whole goddamn city of New York. Not like, oh yeah, I can see that. I can see the east side. No, you go to the other side of your apartment, dude. You can see the entire city like you're in an airplane. And like it's not only that, it's just incredibly beautiful.
So a quarter billion. I agree that's amazing, and I think it's really neat, and I think I'd enjoy visiting it for sure. What's it like to live there? If you told me that it took
servants on call
18 minutes to get,
it's not going to take you. No, you're going to have a direct elevator. That shit's going to go straight to your $250 million penthouse upstairs. And it starts
at your car.
25
so you're telling me I don't have to share that elevator? Because like
no.
Whenever I go high in a building as a peasant, it's a pain in the ass. And I know that when people, so I moved from New Jersey and I just knew people who worked in New York. Dude, they would dedicate the last 15 minutes of their commute to be the front door to the cube. Right?
I didn't even think about that because you have to stop on so many floors for people just to get there and wait for the elevators.
Yeah. But if you live there, do they have a solution for that? Is there like does Trump have his own elevator he doesn't share with other people?
Well, I think we're conflating height with like traffic, right? If it's a very tall building and each floor is a unit, so we're only talking 40 people. So how many right versus like a whole floor of a huge skyscraper is what 1,000 people a floor, way more in and out. That's the real. It's not.
You're right. Yeah, I was extrapolating what I knew about people who work in big buildings. Like if you worked at the top of the trade centers before they came down, that kind of sucked. Like, dude, it was like 20
problem
minutes
solved though. Like you don't have to worry about it.
Actually, now you can get to the top of those buildings super fast.
Do you think someone got to work that day and was like, God, I hate working here.
These buildings are too tall.
I fucking hate every day. There's something with the elevator. How could this day get any worse? Look out your window at 9:08 in the morning.
At last,
that plane is huge.
So yeah, maybe when you live in a tall building, if you're a VIP, they solve that problem for you. But I just wondered, like, my fucking
you are not
tiny
rubbing
house.
shoulders with potato heads if you spend $250 million on your place.
And the cool thing about that video, or one of the ones, is that the guy's like, you can see the curvature of the earth, and also sound stops carrying past 40 floors in the air. So he's like, everybody just stop talking. And it's like, okay, you can't hear any part of New York because you're so fucking high up. Like the helicopters are flying 20 stories below you, around you, so you're looking down at them. And I'm like, I get a little bit of vertigo, but I understand it.
Yeah, it's like gargoyles. That's what I would do. I would get up there on my own little private perch, Because if you're down there, if you take your $12 million mansion, you stick it on a street corner like hers is, dude, how are you gonna feel when there's a bum out there pissing in your yard and like having to deal with like normies? You don't want to deal with normies if you're gonna spend that kind of money. I don't know.
I at least have a little more fun with it. That looks like the most McMansion, like kind of like
a bunch.
I'm sure that's not their only house that they live in. That's just one of them. So, also, like Woody, you live in a pretty big house, but you have a pretty big family, or at least you have like uses for it. I mean, 3, but animals.
Yeah, we do have big dogs. That's true.
Yeah.
Big
so I mean, yeah. But I mean, like
family's got a lot of gumption.
It takes up two people's worth. But like you can imagine a life with a larger home. But that's like a Walmart size 20,000, 50,000 square foot property. Like, what do you do with how do you get furniture and items it's like when you play Sims for the first time and you're like, I'm going to make a big house. And then you're like, well, I put 15 couches in the living room. Like what's,
it gets to be a pain in the ass. So my house is nowhere near theirs. I hate to compare the two, but I almost want an aerial view of my house to show this, but where our cars are is on one side of the house. And then the farthest point nearly is the master closet. Right. So, okay. And it's not a long walk. It's maybe like a minute and a half or something, like to walk across the house. But when you're ready to go and you need socks, we have an extra basket of socks in the house so that you don't have to walk all the way across the entire fucking house.
Like nomads in the desert. Putting water. Putting water out.
That's great.
I love that.
Cool. So,
okay, no wonder you have no problem with it. It looks the same.
Dude,
I mean,
look at this.
Elongated.
Yeah, right. So the master closet is the farthest left point in this picture. No,
wow.
He's pointing to the bathroom. Nope. That's where the cars are, where the mouse is, and that's where the closet is. Okay. So to get socks from there is a serious pain in the ass.
You're right. You literally have built the Charlotte airport in your home. This is how I felt when I flew in Wilmington and I'd fly into Charlotte local and have to go across the whole terminal to go to LA in the other side. It's like a mile and a half long. And you're like, this should not be allowed. That's funny though.
Yeah, so we store like certain pieces of clothing.
Dude, sometimes you just want to walk around your house in a straight line 200 yards. Sometimes that's how you just want to walk around your house.
I mean, I see Woody's knees in that photo.
Yeah, I do like that.
Wait, am I
You're the cameraman.
Yeah, you're the
I didn't even know that. Can you put that up again? I had no idea.
Your well-sunned thighs.
Yeah. I didn't even
that's the paramotor. Just fucking flying around. Yeah. Okay.
Weren't you wondering where this photo came from?
No.
I didn't even question it.
My privacy's so gone. I don't know.
Kyle's private collection.
I mean, where'd you get that, Zach?
Dude, if you look up my house on Google Maps, there's always some business there, like Rape Squad, Killing, PKA, whatever. And they just come and go. I don't try to moderate them. It just happens nonstop.
I got this, the new phone.
You got a dope phone, right? It's like $1,000. Am I right about that?
I think they're 900. I don't know. You know what I've noticed? It's dense. It's heavy.
What is it?
It's a Galaxy S23.
Yeah. I like that.
I like it. Okay.
I like the camera placement in that better than the camera placement in this.
Is that an iPhone?
Yeah, this is the 14 thing.
So it's got 3 there. I like in the front because the camera.
You don't have a notch
right in the center. Yeah. On my previous phone, it was kind of over in the side. I don't know. The camera's the coolest thing so far. I've been fucking around with the slow-mo and shit, but I don't know. I got it yesterday. I haven't done too much to it. I needed one though. I always break my phones.
Did you find it hard to switch? Like at this point, I have a camera from like 2 cameras ago. It's broken on the back. That's my off device because moving my shit over is a pain in the ass.
Oh, why? Well, there's an app. So I bet Apple has like super slick ways of doing this.
They do.
But with Android, what I did was there's an app that's called like Transfer, and you put it on both phones and go start, and it goes put your phones near each other and give me 5 minutes, and then it gives you lists of like, hey, do you want everything? Do you want pictures and videos? Do you want apps? Do you want settings and emails? And you customize that. I left the phone sitting here for 5-6 minutes and came back, and it was
Apple
just like
has
my old
something
phone.
similar, but it brings over the Google Authenticator app empty. And that's
to transfer the Google Authenticator, just go into your Google Authenticator and click transfer, and then you can just scan a QR code from this phone to that phone, and then confirm that, and then you can do it.
I didn't know you could do that.
Shucks, I wish it. I need to look into it more because I
just hit the 3 little dots in the top right when you're in your Google Authenticator and do it there.
Whenever I leave this thing on, it has all these old alarms from like trash days that aren't trash day anymore and shit like that.
I know. Yeah. I always have a couple backup phones because I have the same issue where I'll just I'll drop a phone and the lens will crack and I'm like, okay, well, I need the camera. So I'll keep those around, but I'll turn them on sometimes, forget about the alarm. Alarm goes off at like 6:40 in the morning. It's like from an East Coast alarm or something like that. And I'm like, okay, should have known better.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going back to the iPhone unless my fucking provider gives me some kind of a deal. That's the other thing. I've got Google. I think I've got Google.
What, Google Fi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that? Is that your
provider?
Oh, I've been on AT&T so long. I had like a shitty contract that didn't have unlimited data, like 8 years longer than anyone else did. I went there
for text messages.
Dude, I went there like a year ago and I'm like, look, I need more data, whatever. And they're like, oh, yeah, look at that plan. What do you know? We can give you unlimited data, like unlimited calls, and lower the price by $30 a month. I'm like, fuck me. I've been here trying to get on. It sucked. Anyway, glad I'm
here worried about minutes.
Yeah, not minutes, but
hey, did I go over my 250 text messages or?
Yeah. Do you remember when that was a big thing in like high school? Where
I
like, well, I didn't remember when you text me back, and it'd be like, well, I didn't text you back because I'm already over this month and I can't respond to texts.
It's like it's 25 cents every text message, so like I can't do that right now.
I ruined my credit by talking too long on Verizon. Like when I was 18, I ran up a phone bill that was like pretty expensive, a couple hundred. But then like the next month, it was going to be like all the money I had, like nearly $2,000 or something. Like I'm 18, I'm saving up. I'm saving up to move out of the house. Like I'm trying to get out to Atlanta, and I've got my like almost $2,000, and Verizon's like, you owe us $1,400, $1,500, $1,600, and I'm just like, well, I'm not going to give it to you.
Did you call it?
I'm not going to give it to you.
I'm not going to give it to you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I used to routinely do that. Like sometimes it wasn't my fault. Like I had I'd call, I get a long distance plan, then I get a bill as if I didn't have a long distance plan. This is how landlines used to work. And if you had a long distance plan, it was like 10 cents a minute. If you didn't, it was like $2 a minute. Mm-hmm. And they're like, yeah, it says you're on the plan. I don't know why we didn't give you the plan price. So I'd call them and they'd fix it. Or I'd call the cell phone company and just be like, we got a $900 bill this time. That's so much, you know, and they just lower it.
I used to have to call Machinima with this printout of every one of my videos that was partnered through them and go line by line, making sure they had paid me for every fucking view. Because he'd be like, we did forget to pay you for 8 million views. Dang. I was like, yeah, I don't go too deep into it, but it's, $20,000 or so. It's like, yeah, why don't you fix that? And while you're at it, fix this, that, and the other. And it's like, it's 3 more million, huh? Yep, it adds up, doesn't it? It's like every month, got to go like a fucking account.
Bunch of forgetful fellas over there.
Yeah, how could they
there
ever
was a time when like YouTube would tell you how many views you got and how much money you earned, and Machinima would be like, nah, you can't trust that. And it like, why? I have a sneaking suspicion that's what you're getting, and somehow you're taking like a quarter of it or a half of it from me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
for nothing. Stinkers. That's what I call
you guys were on the high level of it. I was at the level of Machinima then of like, are you guys ever gonna upload one of these? Like my Dropbox. If I had the account, I guarantee I could go into my old Dropbox from 2011, and there would be 6 videos.
Anthony Shore Wars, please upload my video. I sent it to you. Yeah, scheduling it, and he'd just be like, "I'm 17. What are you doing?"
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop a Woody video, a Kyle video, a Wings video, and then at 1:14 in the morning, I'm gonna put your video out there. And it's like,
and at 1:15, someone else's.
Yeah, and then at 1:15, we have.
I didn't get a lot of those. I maybe got like 5. I got like 5 or 6 up on their channel, something like that, like Call of Duty commentaries.
After they didn't.
I stopped giving them after they didn't take my first FPS Russia video. I sent them like the first ever like me in a shooting range video, and they didn't use that. And
now look at them.
It's like, all right, well, I'm not going to send you anything else. Y'all are bad at things.
Do you remember when they sent us those like intros and outros and we're like, these must be included on every video? I remember thinking, there is no way anyone at that company even knows who I am. And so I just never added them ever. But I never heard about it.
If you're small or medium, though, it benefits you because the viewer's like, oh, he's with them. It's like being Optic fucking Taylor. If I click on your video and you're Optic Taylor, I'm like, he's got his bona fides. Fucking Hex already checked him out for me. I know I can watch.
That is true.
That's true. But I wanted to see, and nobody noticed. No one was keeping an eye on the nonsense I was uploading.
At that time, they were using me to build other people, and I didn't feel like I was compensated for it. Oftentimes, they'd be like, Woody, I want you to autoplay this other guy's video on your channel. And I'd be like, I'll do it for like a few hours, I guess, just to be a team player.
Yeah.
But you're like straight up taking money from me and giving it to you to promote someone, like pay me for it.
No, Woody, this spring, all of spring, you have to have the Halo video featured on your channel. Think of the millions of views you don't get.
It was an easily determined amount of money that they were taking from you, because you could look at how many page views you get per day, and those are being applied to whatever video you're auto playing. And I was always kind of strategic about what you put there. It's like, no fucking way in hell I'm doing that. If I'm getting like 250,000 page views a day, I'm going to give you $500, $1,000 every day for no, you pay me and you will put your video there. And that's what we did. Like if they paid me, I would put it there. I'm not putting it there for fucking free.
Yeah, of course.
We don't have a contract that says anything like that.
How's Mr. Sark doing nowadays? Is he like a big time streamer?
He streams
or something else?
He streams.
So he's a content creator. That's the
him. I am gonna say yes. Him and APL stream pretty regularly. I don't think that they do it for their full-time job. I'm not really sure what Sark is doing outside of that, but I just know that they do still make content.
He always seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah, he's great. I love that man.
I don't think I've ever spoken to Sark. I just
spoken to him.
I don't think I've ever spoken to him either.
I think I have.
I just knew he like rolled with like Seananners and Hutch, or I guess the people who actually worked there, like physically.
I
co-host.
I think my entire interaction with Seananners was sitting across from him at a Mellow Mushroom one day.
Was it good?
The food or Seananners?
The food.
No.
Oh.
Mellow Mushrooms.
I competed against Seananners in a dancing competition and vanquished him like the rest.
Like a loser. How was Seananners? Was he wonderful? Very nice, or just
about like
kind of guy?
Exactly what you would think. Like quiet, soft spoken.
He's exactly
not your cup of tea. You know, we're not going to have a boisterous slap you on the back kind of rant about the guy who just tripped on the way outside the pizza place.
He wouldn't want to riff and joke around and
no, but that's him. You know, it's fine. I had no.
That's okay. Then not everyone has to be friends with everybody else. I just remember like I remember how big he was in like 2011, 12, and like trying to watch one of his videos and being like, "Why? This guy's killing it. What's so great about him?" And I remember just like everyone was like, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Seananners here," like his like little intro, and I'd get like 3 minutes in, and I'd be like, "There's no jokes. It's not really a story."
So he had two things. He had the best quality on YouTube.
Very likable.
He had
video quality.
He was very, very good at the game in a slow-paced, sort of calculating kind of way. And he was the only guy playing World at War except for Wings of Redemption.
And he was easy to like,
and then Minecraft,
he never involved himself in like bullshit. I never remember
is what like, blew him up.
No, I strongly disagree with that.
Really?
Seananners was the king of bullshit, and I still hold a grudge to some extent. He and Hutch. Oh my god, he made videos.
Let's learn.
Fucking hating me. He would say like, I never do say daily uploads. I never do. And then he'd like a weekly series. This is just view whoring and trying to make something get big on YouTube. And I'm like, where's the crime here? Where's the crime in having Mail Monday? It's an alliteration. It's fine. Like, what am I doing wrong? He's like, I hate attention grabbing thumbnails. Oh my gosh. And it's like, no, you fucking communist. You work for Machinima on a salary, and that's why you have no interest in growing your channel. The fucking nanosecond that guy went out on his own, daily uploads, attention grabbing, thumbnails, series, shit like that. Like, he did all this stuff he shit on people for doing the second he went on his own. And he and Hutch would like make these rules that you were supposed to follow, like don't upload too much, don't try to grow a channel. And they felt like it was evil, but really they were just jealous because they were on salary. And the people who didn't get jobs at Machinima, it seemed like jobs at Machinima was the ultimate prize, right? That was what you wanted. But it turned out the contractor Machinima, that was what you actually wanted. And once they realized that they made the wrong choice, they just shit on everyone constantly. They did it on Twitter, they did it in their videos. And they would often like talk about me without naming me. And like, I don't know, I fucking hated it.
Well, I did not know about that.
Yeah.
I do recall like people saying back in the day, like when Hutch and Seananners took the job there, lots of people in the community being like, actually, I think Kyle was the first person I heard say this is such a mistake. I cannot believe they did that. Like, why would they do that for salary? They have all this reach, all this money. And I hadn't really thought about it before that. And I was like, oh my God.
It'd be like,
this is a huge mistake.
I think the one thing that you guys are not understanding is literally any of the people that you're talking about, right? Because like, I'm good friends with all these guys, and none of them are even in the mindset where, like, I also agreed at the time. I was like, seems like that would be a mistake. I don't know how much they're paying you, but surely you're going to make more if you kept doing this. Pretty much all of those guys just never, ever wanted to do the daily stuff, even if they had to. And so it's not a question of, like, they were making the wrong choice. I think it was probably the best choice for all of them, both get at the time and looking back at what they're doing now, how that helped them.
Hutch threw away $5 million.
What do you mean? Hutch?
I mean, he was the biggest guy in the Call of Duty commentating community when he made that move.
And then a vast amount of life things happen behind the scenes that you can't understand or put into perspective, right?
Well, sure. So that has nothing to do with the decision, though.
The only counter I have to what Kyle is saying is I feel like Hutch was like a 1970s baseball player, right? He was great, but there wasn't that much money to be made in that decade.
Exactly.
You know, when Hutch was king before, I hate to call myself king, but like Hutch's peak was before my peak. And, you know, the kind of money I made, they could only dream of before. And then the kind of money people made after me, oh my God, I could only dream of. So I don't know how much Hutch threw away.
But you can't know because he instead of like uploading and growing a channel, he was over there making skits with Sark.
Yeah. Right, which I think was I think maybe it's a difference in opinions here because you're looking objectively at what you think a future career path for them could have been given their opportunity. And I'm looking at them from like the perspective of, I know these people very well. I know their decisions, why they made it. I know like to an extent, their work ethic and like where their mindset is now. There's not a shot that I think that Hutch or Nanners or Sark would have ever done the type of daily streaming content routine stuff from then until even now with any level of like consistency. It's just not who they are as people, and that's fine. Like the content that they made at Machinima was way more in line with the best type of content they could make. What they could have made that outside of Machinima.
Yeah, imagine. Okay,
right.
If I take everything for you that you say as a fact, they just weren't going to work. They didn't like doing that kind of work. They weren't going to make a whole career of it. Well, how about doing everything that they did at Machinima, but on their private channels and collaborating together?
That's it. But again, what Woody is saying is offering a near six-figure salary at the time would have infinitely trumped any of the amount of ad revenue that they were getting at the time, because you're thinking about it from when you were doing very well as FPS Russia, which is literally like 3 years after they made the choice.
No, I'm thinking about Hutch's channel getting like 180, 250,000 views of video for like Call of Duty content,
right?
And Modern Warfare 2,
and $1 CPM. This is not new YouTube.
$1. $1. You got $1?
Yes, all of us. Machinima guaranteed $2 CPMs.
Woody, did you get $1?
I think it was 2 or 250.
Machinima
right
guaranteed.
Dude, I didn't even get $1.
Yeah,
I got 2.
Yeah,
Jericho, Tucker might be going earlier than I'm talking about, though.
No, you're misunderstanding me. On his own, without being in the Machinima program or anything, right? Without doing any of that, right? $1 CPM. Machinima was guaranteeing $2 or $2.50 or whatever. That's what I got. That's what everybody got. That was their standard contract. They also were getting that when they were uploading and getting stuff. But their salary, 125,000 views per video, is literally not going to net you $100,000 on a $2.50 CPM. Like, you do the math. Like, what are you talking about? You're going to get like $37,000 or something. So they made the choice then to get triple or double or whatever in a salary, which is way better than having the fluctuation of CPM that we all really still hate, right? And I think like it's like not even worth I still think in my head, yeah, maybe they could have like popped off and done all the content outside of Machinima, but I would have taken the salary too. That was the end goal.
All right.
Was like, I want that money.
Well, the problem is the work ethic then, because like if you're not going to do a video every day, then okay, take salary, because like sounds like maybe you've got some stuff you need to work on if you can't do one a day. When you're making that money, but by the way,
that's the type of YouTuber you want to be. Like,
I'm talking about fucking playing video games and making 6 figures a year. You know, let's make one video a day.
But then
we'll pay an editor.
But why don't you make a video a day though? Right now, like what?
Right now?
Like yeah, like
because I don't remember the password to my goddamn YouTube. Okay, if you can help me with that, I'll make one a day. Every day. Today's the daily thank Tucker for getting me my password. Thanks, Tucker.
Just a 7 million subscriber YouTube account
every day. Oh, that's so rough.
What year did Hutch and them start Machinima? Like 2011?
You mean start doing inbox content?
Yes.
They're like 2011, 2012, right? Okay. It was whenever I graduated high school.
Could be a hindsight 2020 thing where, we're ascribing a more lucrative situation to the time they took the job than it actually was.
I just remember my paycheck. Go ahead.
I just remember like they were big at the time, especially Seananners.
Yeah, they were huge.
While they were at Machinima, like I just remember his Minecraft videos. I just remember how many views they were getting. It was crazy stuff, like 200,000 to 500,000, 800,000. It's like you got 800,000 playing that fucking building block game.
He was one of the first Minecraft YouTubers.
To me, he is the first. Like maybe there was some little guy somewhere, but I've never cared for Minecraft. Like
goes the
not
other
my
way?
thing. I think it's
maybe
weird.
I should be thanking Seananners. It just put it together. How big would Minecraft have been if it wasn't for Seananners, right? Maybe Minecraft would have just been another indie game you've never heard of. Maybe Seananners bought this house for me by popularizing Minecraft and creating.
No, Notch bought that house.
Yeah, Notch bought that house. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
Hey, what happened to Notch? Didn't he express some sort of like anti-gay thought one time, and then he got fired from his own game?
He's a billionaire.
No, he sold Minecraft for $1.75 billion, and you know, for what it's worth, like I've spent a fair amount of time with him, good friends with the person that is his manager. I don't know what we'll call it, right? He's super Swedish, like obviously, but like incredibly internet Swedish. So like I don't
Swedish like people from Sweden, or Swedish like that? No, he's kind of Swedish.
No, like people from Sweden. So worldview, language barrier, all that shit like was very hard to get over, I guess. You know, like he's an abrasive dude. Like it was kind of a rule to not piss him off because, or like
this
literally, yeah.
Okay.
Right. So I don't know.
Yeah, like Asperger's or something.
He earned
it.
it.
It's hard to be like
Fuck
socially
it.
weird.
He made a block.
Did the
game. I don't
inventor
know.
of Minecraft have Asperger's?
Good point.
Are you kidding?
I mean, we just nail on the head. Fucking before of us can get to the bottom of anything.
Dude, that guy's fucking in New Zealand counting something right now.
You know, with Kim.com.
He's organizing a deck of cards perfectly on the corner of the table. That's what Notch is doing right now.
I remember
$1 billion in the corner.
He said
What's Kim
something after he made all that money. He said something like, it's just not fun. I don't know how to have fun, or life's not fun.
Yeah.
And I remember I roasted him for like 20 minutes about being a fucking loser. And if he can't, you could pay somebody to teach you how to have fun, you fucking dumbass.
Yeah, I'll
when
teach
you say something and it's recorded,
that's what I offered to do.
It just becomes their like permanent state in your head, right? Someone out there thinks, I don't know, whatever. Some position that I had from 2012 is how I still feel.
Yeah.
Yes. Wait, isn't that the whole Kevin Hart thing when he couldn't speak at the what was it, at the Oscars or something?
He didn't get to host the Oscars.
Yeah, because he
Shameful.
said the F word or something 10 years ago.
Gay joke about his son. If his son were gay, he'd whoop his ass. That's what.
Okay, and it's like complete to.
So I still assign Notch as this billionaire who can't find happiness, which is probably wildly untrue. He's probably
I figure he's figured it out by now. He got some pussy or something, or he found like a big. You remember that?
Build
one
big
of those games
compound
where
with
you pick
all
up
the stuff
straws or something. Like he
Got
found
a hobby.
happy thing.
He's really into music and stuff.
Please Connect 4 by himself. Found happiness.
But right off the bat, I feel like if you've got a lot of money, like you need some people in your life to help you like manage that money, and then like once you have them to like take care of the money, then you need a guy who's like your arbiter of fun.
Yeah,
and it's like, all right, first things first, I need my own personal playground. So like that.
I'm your chancellor of fun. Today we have a whole list of fun activities. We're gonna go to the zoo first. We're gonna get ice cream together. I'm your fun liaison.
That was
exactly. Exactly that. Like that's what it would be. I would, all right. If I'm Notch, I would pay Taylor.
Hire me, Notch.
I would pay Taylor like $800,000 a year, so he's firmly in the 1%. I think you need 850 actually, so we're bumping him up. We're bumping him to 850, and he's my arbiter of fun. When I wake up, he's not my manservant or anything. He's not bringing me coffee or like the newspaper. He's showing up after someone else has handled that shit, and he's like, I'm like, what are we doing today, Taylor? You know what we're doing. We're going on that bear hunt. Fuck, what are you talking about? Where are we going? We're going to Alaska? Buddy, I flew you to Alaska in your sleep. Open the doors.
Open the doors. You're in Alaska.
I
took the liberty of dressing
it's coming right at us. And you hand me a machine gun. That's what an arbiter of fun does. All right.
Yeah, but then he needs to work really well with your finance guy to make. Well, if you have $2 billion, I feel like you don't need a finance guy because it's gonna be really hard to even put a dent in that.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Look, I always go back to that guy I know in Texas who's worth roughly $300 million.
Mm-hmm.
He owned HostGator. He hosted like a big percentage of the internet, and he sold the whole thing out. Anyway, my age and like $300 million. He built a fun land in Texas of 88,000 acres. There's lakes and tanks and anything you could imagine is there. There's a mansion there, like any toy that like a dude would want to have, from race cars to ATVs to airplanes. Like they're there stored in hangars or whatever facilities are needed to support them. It's one thing to have like new money and go buy a bunch of toys and sit them in your yard to rust. No, there's a mechanic on staff. We need a guy to work on all the ATVs we own now. You know what I mean?
It's like mechanic.
That.
Yeah.
Everyone needs somebody to organize that shit for you. You need an arbiter of fun.
An arbiter of fun, someone who organizes fun things. And it doesn't have to be always over the top. When you're a billionaire, you need changes of pace every so often. Sometimes
we're going to Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, you might just want to go to Chuck E. Cheese and just lose yourself in the fun of tokens. Well, I wouldn't take Chuck E. Cheese, it'd be Dave & Buster's.
I want to be full of children when I get there so that, well, you know why.
Yes, because you're going to have them moved to another property of yours called Little St. James Island.
Dude,
and that brings us to the next portion of our fun day. We're going to my friend Jeffrey's island. He's got a lot of fun children. We're going to
How long
what
have you had
happens
that
on
horn
those
there
James
waiting for the
stays on
moment?
I don't remember this version of it.
There's like next to that horn, you don't even know. There's a kazoo, one of those triangles. There's a cymbal. There's some little fingers. God knows what he's got.
A slide whistle.
Slide whistle.
Yeah, dude, I've had that horn there for fucking 2 years. I've never
Just a little
used it.
gaff.
There's a didgeridoo in there somewhere.
Just a fun guy. Just had to class up the show with sounds.
Much better when they're authentic, and not
sounds.
Yeah, soundboards.
Kyle, you were mentioning before the show that OnlyUseMeBlade is doing really, really well.
Oh,
yeah.
no, I actually thought you were serious for a second. I was like,
Billy
no,
Tucker is not on the show enough.
I was just thinking about this dude today.
You're adorable.
Well, let me hear.
Anytime we talk about Blade, I like to preface the conversation by saying, Blade, if you hear this, I'll never forget when you pull those blunts out of your pocket that you rolled right through airport security with to Seattle.
In his camera bag.
In his pocket, right?
Oh, he brought him in his camera bag to PAX East, so I guess he was getting better.
Yeah, this was fucking Seattle. This was West.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, dude, never gave a fuck. Always had weed on our trips. Always offered it freely. Always very funny. Always drinking, boisterous. He was the drunk, loud guy, but never the drunk, loud bully guy. Okay.
Can I tell my Blade story real quick? It's in line with what you're saying. We're there. We're at this dinner. There's like 16 people at the table, right? And Blade is like hitting shots, and the waitress goes up to him and she's like, your bill's like $85, for his drinks. And he goes, one more. And it was just so fucking baller to me. Like anyone else would have been like, what did I do? He's like, one short, huh? And he had just one more shot and called it good. And he was
that's when he got shithoused at like PF Chang's, wasn't it? We were at PF Chang's and he was fucking tanked sitting there.
Was this
you were there?
East? Yeah. No, the one where we were at the skating rink. And
you were there.
The guy.
That's the night.
It's fucking 1 a.m. and we're walking through a skating rink area and there's like a woman and her baby and she like is pushing her child and like it hits on Blade and Blade's like, oh, we should go back. You should come back to our hotel room or something like that. I was like, okay, well, I'm 18 years old. I would like to go to my hotel room.
I was fucking 25. I was down.
So, Kyle, I interrupted. You were saying kind things about Blade before the takedown.
Yeah. Like every No. I like it. It kind of speaks to Blade's personality. He was always the loud, drunk, friendly guy and he wasn't always loud and drunk. He just kind of got that way toward the end of the night. Beginning of the night he was always real chill and like,
amazingly cool.
He's like, you just act like you belong and they let you through. Anyway, man, I always hate when I see clips of him. It's one of those I don't want to look kind of things. Because I know he's always I'm not his friend or anything to like call him or like tell him what to do. But every time I see him, he looks worse. He'll look. Sometimes I'll see him and he'll look jaundiced, like maybe something's wrong with his liver, even, or maybe and he drinks so much. And they always show those pictures of his toe, and his toe looks infected or rotten or gangrenous or something. And then I hear, you see him do all kinds of crazy shit. There'll be rape allegations. And
what the fuck?
Yeah. It's a wild ride because for a long time he's been living on a
sexual assault thing.
Maybe you don't know, but like he sort of spun off of Ice Poseidon's.
The last thing I remember about him was he shoved his finger up his ass in on stream.
So far, that was he had it together. He had it together.
That's
way
when he had it together.
Yeah,
Lord,
he's a respectable member of society.
He was indoors.
No wonder.
He was indoors, and it was a
dress.
He was standing on a real floor.
I'm like,
Tucker, he had an address in those days. So Ice Poseidon was doing the thing where he streamed from the camper. They found that like, oh shit, people love to see us rolling down the road, being jackasses, and going to locations and whatever. And so look, I don't follow Blake carefully enough to know the ins and outs of it, but what it seems to me is he lives in a camper now with a bunch of people who are abusive to him. And he passes out every night, and then they abuse him in various ways. They're like, it's kind of funny, but they spray painted his face like Pepe the Frog. So he wakes up like with his face spray painted, like
with like actual paint.
Yeah, with like Krylon, like they piss on him while he's asleep. They beat the shit out of him.
If you haven't,
there's been multiple allegations. I don't want to go like
there was a video that we watched. This is a couple of years ago now, I believe. But when he was on the Ice Poseidon RV, there was a time, and Kyle, jump in if I'm wrong, that the camera kind of showing the back lane from the front, showing like the table and the microwave and back into the back room of the Winnebago or whatever. And at one point he got up and there was a girl like sleeping, resting in the back. And he like went over there and like got under the covers with her. And there was like movement and not adjusting and getting comfortable for slumber movement, like movement.
I've always heard that it was something about,
and she said it was sexual assault, right?
Well, that's about cut and dry then,
And it was also on video,
but
which
this
is a pretty
but
big,
how? So how? I mean, not how, because it's very obvious. So this was years ago. This you're
was
talking
a couple
about
years ago,
is not.
So his Winnebago life.
How is he still? Is he streaming?
So he streams from inside the camper. Was it Pauly Shore he had on there the other day, or was
no? It was Andy Dick.
Andy Dick. Remember Andy
Dick?
Andy Dick is another drug addict. Yeah,
has fallen to OnlyUseMeBlade levels.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I know. Look it up. Andy Dick and OnlyUseMeBlade are drunk on an RV together.
What?
If you ever want Andy Dick to like come to your place on a stream and like humiliate himself, he'll do it. The guy who was on the guy who's been in like dozens of movies with A-list actors.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize him. I know his name.
I'm saying for the audience's benefit, because I don't know, if you're younger than us, you might not know who Andy Dick is.
I mean, he was like an old comedian. What the fuck happened? So what? He went over and hung out with Blade in his RV.
Yeah,
and they were and Andy Dick was as fucked up as Blade. Like Andy Dick is like slurring, unable to like keep his like head up. He's out. Like
I thought
he's in almost as bad a place as Blade.
I thought Andy Dick was going to be there to laugh at Blade, because he's usually like a quick-witted comedian. That's how I've seen him. He's there like looking like he's on methadone or something. They're both like tripping.
Dude, I watched
somebody's gonna die on that stream,
Dude, someone is
wait, what platform?
So if you go Blades, I just typed in OUMB. OnlyUseMeBlade, and I guess that's like one of his like dummy channels. There's a stream from 3 days ago called Sunday Funday Jameson Fire Sales. And so he's just getting I mean, I'm not gonna watch his stream, but because it's fucking sad. But it doesn't seem like there's even the thought of content outside of getting destroyed.
Know what it reminds me of? Shoe Nice.
Yeah.
So I forgot you guys had a huge, or I think you guys had a
he called us a lesbian book club. Well, who's laughing now? You're probably dead.
Is he? I mean,
I just see him on TikTok eating glue and shit, to this day.
Oh,
that's
still eating shit.
TikTok is perfect for somebody like him because, it works. He can eat something in 30 seconds and be just an awful human being. But I just don't think it pays anymore. There was a time when that man was making a legitimate income eating shit
on YouTube. But you can't earn money on. I have talked so much on a slightly less awful topic. I've talked so much about the value of a TikTok view because I have been hearing more and more in casual conversations with normal people. Pandemic really fucked us. Every single normal person got on the internet and was like, wow, this shit is great. And so I've heard so many of these normal people saying, my TikTok went viral. I got 50,000 views on it. And I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? And how can you even, what do you even do with that? Like that trophy, what happens? Because everyone after that gets 7 views. I'm like, we need to, what is the value of having a viewership, right, on TikTok? It's
very little.
You don't earn money from it.
It doesn't monetize very well at all.
You got to spread it out. Yeah, I mean, spread from TikTok is what I was calling.
Yeah, you've got to get them to come from TikTok. And
some of the view totals are frankly unbelievable on some TikToks where it's this is 25 million views. What are you counting every single time that someone scrolled past this? I guess so.
Maybe, but also the scale of how big that app is in not China and India. It's just I think it's gonna get banned of the world. I hope so, because I still don't use it, and I can't get myself on it, and I just need it to be removed so I can focus on the other failing
things
apps
that work. And the inevitable United States replacement for TikTok.
What do you think it'll be called?
Bing Bong.
Bing
Which would be really fucking weird because I feel like that, I think what was Musically before, right?
Oh, was it? I didn't even know it was a thing before.
Yeah, Musically was the app name prior to TikTok.
We could just bring Vine back.
What happened?
Did they do that
again?
Didn't they do
No, they got rid of Vine, and then TikTok became a thing. What was Vine? I never had one of those. It was like 7-second videos.
6-second videos.
Oh, well, then that really didn't have long-term likes. No wonder they shut it down. Yeah,
like everything's built around 6 seconds.
I don't know.
Stupid.
I don't.
What's the max on TikTok? Because sometimes I'm
long.
Right, fuck TikTok. YouTube Shorts is what I'm thinking of anyway. Because I'll be on there and sometimes they're 8 seconds long.
60 seconds for YouTube Short is the maximum. TikTok now does 10-minute videos. Yeah, that's awful.
I can't stop noticing.
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it's painful because now they're like 3-minute, 4-minute long TikToks, and you'll start watching one, and you're like, what the, like, how much longer I got? And you got to drag all the way to watch a balloon pop or something.
I don't even know how to tell like how much time I've got left on the shorts.
It's like on the shorts.
Oh, the 60 seconds. I know that now.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
I'm addicted to YouTube Shorts. I'll in the morning I'll come in here and like get my cup of coffee and my vape, and I'll start scrolling through YouTube Shorts. Today it was 12:30. It was noon. And when I was like, what the fuck happened to my day?
It's so crazy.
I couldn't believe my day was gone. I'd been down here for 3 fucking hours.
Do you hate like the YouTube short? Like, I'll get suggested things. Like, I've been watching this guy, Nile Red, and his videos. I think it's Nile Red. He's like a chemistry guy. And it'll be like, I'm going to throw fucking barium in with gallium and this and that will happen. And like chemistry combinations, except like, and his real videos are great. And it's not just him. There's other like chemistry people, but you'll click and it'll be like adding sodium to water or whatever. And it's like, dangerous. Instead of it being 5 seconds of like sodium, water, it'll be like, today we're adding sodium to water. Cut. Adding sodium to water causes the sodium to do this with the water. Cut. The sodium in the water does more than just this, though. It also does this. Now, the sodium in the water also cut, and it's like,
you can't click away because you want to see the explosion.
Yeah. And then it like cuts in a middle area where then you get into the first sentence and again, and it's like, no,
there's tons of tricks. There's tons of tricks I've found on there, but it seems I don't like that either. Well, those get weeded out because you don't watch the next one. No, I love the YouTube Shorts. I end up watching a lot of the that redheaded chick that Woody likes so much. That something Pearly something. She talks about like I don't know. I guess she's really like a men's rights activist. If anything, she sort of like speaks to like dating and just Pearly things. I get a lot of her. A bunch of conservative shit. I can't help it. I like watching that shit, I guess, and they know it. So I get lots of people going to campuses and being like, what's a woman? I get that. And those are fun because people have goddamn meltdowns or they come up with absurd answers or they get into a circular logic, right? Like, well, a woman is a girl. What's a girl? Well, that's a little woman. What? Wait. It never works out. But the new thing that has like awoken the piece of shit in me, it's these First Amendment warriors. Okay. And they'll show up. Well, if you're on a sidewalk, you can stand there and film anything you want. Okay. As long as it's not for commercial use. Okay. If you're documenting, for example, you're just testing your camera or whatever the fuck you say you're doing with it, as long as you're like actually not in the business of going to sell this shit. Anyway, these guys will go and just start filming in the cars at the police department. They're going car to car with this big DSLR and this whole rig. Like
in the police department?
Yeah, like in the police department and in their vehicles outside. And they're just waiting on the cops to violate their rights to the littlest bit. And then they sue them and they get like 6-figure settlements. I keep seeing they're like $125,000. Cha-ching!
I don't like that. That's just making taxpayers pay more.
That's my money, man.
Bullshit. That's my money. I should have thought of this.
They go into the police department and start like recording, behind the desks and stuff, and they're like, "What are you doing in here? Who said you could be in here?" They're like scared almost, and they're like, she's like, I'm a citizen. What are you doing here, bozo? He's like, I'm Sergeant. She's like, identify yourself. Name and badge number. I'm Sergeant Matthews. If you could calm down. I won't be calm, and you can't make me. You work for me, asshole. Yeah. Now go get your boss, jabroni. I want a FOIA form.
FOIA form. And it's like, oh, you just know the cops are like, God.
Here we go.
I can't go bother people trying to live their lives.
Now I have to do paperwork.
They'll get into interactions on the street where they're standing on the sidewalk recording just into businesses, waiting on the business to call the cops and daring the cops to make them step off of that sidewalk because they can't. Like that's how they're. So they have to start
fucking with the police is good, but not my small businesses. That's where I draw the line.
Hell no.
The post office, anywhere they can go to like get people fired up.
Now they're just making lines. These people suck.
Yeah, the post office is a great service. All right, you can do that anywhere, but police great. Post office, no. All right, they're just trying to deliver my mail.
And some of them
mail kind of badly.
My favorite ones are when they're incredibly rude to the cops, like right off the bat. He'll be like, "Oh, we got another one of those. You're gonna learn something today, boy." He'll say that to the cop. I'm gonna give you a little education today on the Constitution of the United States, boy.
He's a sovereign citizen.
Yeah, I was about to say these are like the sovereign citizen boys that are like running around going like, I don't need a license to drive. These are my roads.
Well, we had Nick Rekieta on
like a week or two ago, and
Nick
he said that
shout out.
Never has that worked, but occasionally there's been some other circumstance. Despite the fact that they were claiming to be a boat captain of the world or whatever, they did get their cases thrown out because something else was the.
Like you mean factor. Nobody's ever been able to sovereign citizen their way out of legal trouble?
No,
he said they haven't.
I mean, I believe it. It's maybe in part because the type of people doing it are not necessarily, like if you believe that you're even capable of doing it in the first place, then you're probably not with it in the first place.
Yeah, right. Like, how expensive is it?
We just need to direct that energy somewhere productive because there's a lot of energy in the sovereign citizens.
Or
tell them that, bricklaying, masonry, the sky's the limit. Hard hat testing, like all sorts of things. It's like, oh, that one didn't work.
Taylor, if you I got that. This is one of our Patreon questions. Boom. This viewer said that he's been tested and he has an IQ of 77, and he wanted to know if you had any.
I don't. What's normal IQ?
Why are y'all laughing at this poor man who,
guys,
despite this viewer's diminished capacity, he was able to scratch together enough money to pay us.
Most people between 85 and 115.
Wait, is that the question? Is that the question that's asked in glyphs and pictures?
It's the cartoon. No. All right, he drew the house, but that's in addition. And yes, it's the one in crayon.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know.
You wanted to know if you had any career advice, like where could he like point his sales, as it were, and for the rest of his life.
77 IQ. So I remember reading a long while ago that I think the military won't take anyone with an IQ below 80 because you can't even peel potatoes without being abject liability in your
There was a program
because like you're retarded like at that point. And so like you are, it's sad to say, but your IQ is like a C+, like not great. 77,
not even a C+. They would struggle with like putting blocks together.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to do anything. So, like,
see, I don't believe that they have 77 IQ. Then, like, they're clearly a functioning member of a functioning individual to even pay you the month.
That's what I'm saying.
I think he missed a 1, and his IQ is actually 771.
Have you ever heard of?
You beat me to it, so I had to switch it.
I've talked about this before, but there was the program called McNamara's Morons, where a man named McNamara, I can't remember his position, he basically lowered the bar.
Warlord.
And he took all of the retarded people and tried to push them into places where they're
Isn't that Operation Dumbo Drop?
That was another name for it. Yes, with Bill Murray. That was the documentary. That was the film based on the true events, Operation Dumbo Drop. That's actually where Bill Murray, for some reason, saves an elephant and parachutes it back to its homeland.
Is that actually I've never heard it.
That is a film.
That is a film, and it is a war/family film, according to Google, which is
it is
great combo. 28% on Rotten Tomatoes. So that's just
those fucking East Coast liberal financial.
No, let me read the synopsis here. 1995. To keep the loyalty of a village during the Vietnam War, a U.S. Army officer and his unit struggled to deliver a live elephant. That's it.
Oh, it's got Ernie Hudson in it. Does it have? Look, all right.
Morale.
So, this is sight unseen. Is that Ernie Hudson or is it Danny Glover as the black guy?
It's
what? I don't understand the question.
There's a black guy in the movie opposite of Bill Murray. Is the actor Ernie Hudson or Danny Glover? I can't remember.
I've never heard of Ernie.
I don't know who Ernie
Hudson is the black guy from Ghostbusters.
Then I have heard of.
Okay. I know Danny Glover. I don't know. You could probably find out.
I thought somebody had it pulled up. I thought that was what was happening.
I can look.
I don't know shit about
I don't want you to look.
I'm gonna look now.
I don't want you to look at. Wait, so Kyle, so it is a morale improvement move to fly an elephant into Vietnam. It is. They drop off the
child when I watched this. I could have been more than 9.
The synopsis,
because Vietnam has elephants there. You wouldn't need to deliver it. You could just go get one.
Circus elephant. They're saving. They're taking it back to where.
Elephant population of Vietnam, Taylor.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to get in the nitty gritty of it. I better not even say anything. You know, the breadth of my. You know how I know they have elephants is because the Vietnam civilization, Age of Empires 2, has access to battle elephants, so they must have elephants.
I'm gonna give you guys some bad news. There's less than 100. Vietnamese elephants.
I think you're making a lot of assumptions about how many elephants I want to be in Vietnam.
Yeah. Well, there's one more than you're used to because of Bill Murray and Dan.
I don't know. I didn't want to disappoint you if you were thinking thousands of Vietnamese elephants out here.
Maybe I think 100 is too many.
No, they have a shit ton of elephants. It's Vietnam's best kept secret.
Fuck. Like after that war, like the fact that the Vietnamese are just chill, like they're just good with us about the whole thing. That never made sense to me because like.
Are you sure that's how it is?
Yeah, I've been told that like they don't mind a bit. They love it when we show up and do our American stuff.
I made a friend in Vietnam. She said she loved me a shit ton of money.
Yeah, get drunk, fuck your women. American stuff.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, you just go over there and you make a big scene and you order lots of food at their restaurants and they just love it.
It is. I don't know about that, but it is the place that a lot of I'm going to say a handful of people that I knew spent their COVID because the rent is so fucking cheap and you can basically just get a giant villa for like $500 a month and like
wow.
And it's beautiful apparently, but also
very good deal.
Yeah,
and it's also like Vietnam.
Oh wow!
So it's nice and warm. Good weather, pretty rainy, I would imagine, but
I've heard
not cold.
89. They said 76% of Vietnamese said they had a positive view of the U.S. Well,
or else.
What about? Did they have a one that shows their view of the French and whoever else was in the Vietnam?
Everyone gets to bully the French. Those poor guys. They won so many wars. They won so many wars over the eons.
Most wars.
The most wars. And
they are the winningest
you
team.
Guys. Yeah.
Well, are you giving them credit for World War II for winning that?
No, we're giving them credit for everything. Napoleon fought all of Europe like 3 times, maybe 5 times.
France has won 1,115 battles. The United Kingdom is 1,105, and apparently the U.S. is 833. Not really sure how many we've actually
lost. Though we got to pump up those numbers, but we're new to the game.
You're right. Yeah. In 250 years, we've done almost as well as they've done in a century.
Right?
No. A millennium.
Fuck, but this could be one of those sports things we talked about because we could be
well, we deserve a hand then because we're just Americans.
Yeah. You're right. Wars were a lot easier to win nowadays, apparently.
I think we're just the best at it. We are literally the best at war that there's ever been. Okay, the amount of money that we spent. Oh, I love it. I get goosebumps when I watch a video.
Well, we're definitely not the best at war. We haven't won one in a
long time. We're so the best at war.
We're the best at breaking things.
We're the Montreal Canadiens hanging our fucking hat on World War II era wins.
We have become Uncle Rico. We're like, damn, back in high school, I used to be pretty fucking sick at winning wars.
Fall over that mountain.
It's like,
actually, the reason the last one we won is World War II is because that's the last one we even cared enough to fucking win.
We didn't even it's like the U.S.
No, you didn't win Vietnam. We quit. Same as Afghanistan.
We just sent our C team to every single Olympic basketball game since the Dream Team. We just stopped caring. Got better things to do.
The thing is, like, how do you declare a win? You know, on a modern battlefield, right? Like, shouldn't it be like accomplishing your objectives?
I bet it depends how they count victories. Because, like, if back in the day it was like
I thought we went to Afghanistan, for example.
That's big.
I thought we went to Afghanistan to get Osama bin Laden.
Wait, is it battles, wars, or tours? It's because like the Battle of Donetsk or whatever, you know, there's like been 4 of those. So are they like racking up wins here, or is it like?
I feel like that's cheating because it's you're still battling over the same place. That is the battle.
What about Crimea? Does that count?
Finalizes. Is that that's still going on? Right? We can
right. But would you put a point in Russia? For annexing it at the start in that, like, what constitutes a win?
I think it's in. In civilization, we went to the game,
but not the war. They might have
battles. Yeah. The war's still ongoing.
Very complicated. We'll have to get some expert.
I would like that. All right, that's the next guest. I'm gonna find us a fucking historian. I love that shit. That's what we need. I want a guy who knows. Whenever we get to one of those, why do you think the Germans did that? I want a guy who, well, Kyle.
Here's what I want. I want Taylor to correct him, filled with confidence and no facts all show long.
Yeah. I want to only ask him about areas of history that he's not familiar. He's like he'll continue to remind me that he's a World War II historian, but I want to know about Babylon so bad. So
the gardens over there, were they sick or what's the deal with them? He's like,
In relation to that whole Hitler thing, where were the Hanging Gardens?
Was that really the hidden conquest of Germany to get to Babylon? Like,
I think it was. I think you draw everything back to it. It's like that's interesting. I've heard that about the Holocaust. I have heard that in regard to Sumeria.
I have a PKA Ask Me Anything question, and we have ads. Which one do you want to do first?
Well, we'll do the ads, and then we'll definitely want to go back to that AMA. I did one earlier that we had a slow-witted guy who had saved up his pennies to ask Taylor a question. But instead, Taylor made a joke at his expense, and we all laughed at him.
Well, I don't think that's exactly how it went.
That's the one I picked out.
It's exactly how it went. Y'all can rewind like 8 minutes.
I think you're mistaken.
His name was Petey.
He's little Petey Tard.
All right, ads.
Oh, ads. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2023 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank you for sponsoring the show with your wonderful dick tablets. With your dick tablets. They prefer tablets. So Blue Chew, check it out. Link below. This episode also brought to you by RealDBG.com. RealDBG.com. If you're looking for the premium Delta 8 edibles or HHC edibles now, go to RealDBG.com. Don't believe the Death by Gummies you see anywhere else. You're not getting the same strength. You got to go to RealDBG.com. Promo code PKA23 for 23% off. The HHC gummies. So we've obviously, same disclaimer. Don't if you don't have a high tolerance, don't fuck around with these. Like, take it slow. For the HHC ones, I thought they were 100 milligrams each. They're actually 50 each, but they seem about as strong as like 100 milligram Delta 8 one, because they are, HHC is stronger. Maybe not quite. They're close. So don't think that you should take two. If you order the HHC ones and you've been like taking one of these at a time, maybe start with one of the HHC ones and see where you get.
Maybe 1.5. Yeah, that makes sense, because I think I said it last week. I wouldn't say that the HHC is stronger, but that it's faster acting and more of a giggly high, because I ate through my entire supply, and I just giggled, my way through the week. I think I had somebody ask me office trivia, and just like the premises of the questions were making me giggly. I was like, oh yeah, the time he put on the silly hat. Like, just losing my shit.
Yeah.
They're really good. I like the HHC ones.
Yeah. Apparently, I mean, he messaged me the other day and was like, those are selling like hotcakes, the HHC gummies. And I've been hearing good things from our listeners who have tried it. So check it out. PKA 23%
Why do you
off.
say that? Where do you sell hotcakes at that they go in such great supply and frequency?
You're the one who knows where.
You don't know what a hotcake is?
Is that a pancake?
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah. So you did
sound like hotcakes, like a diner.
You know what a Johnny cake is?
Liar.
Is a Johnny cake also a pancake?
It's a pancake from the olden days.
But what's the difference?
All right, sound like hotcakes origins.
It's kind of like a racist
cornmeal.
pancake.
It's cornmeal, and it's and you should know because it's referencing The
racist.
Sopranos.
I don't know. It sounds old.
Remember when Vincent goes up and gets the gay fireman boyfriend, who's a short order cook, makes him the Johnny cakes. That's the name of the episode.
Is this is that Sopranos?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No, we have Lock and Load, right?
Oh, and Lock and Load, the premium cum explosion pill that is going to help you to bust like a man. I take it. Kyle takes it. Woody takes it. We're pressuring Jericho to start taking it. And you know what's going to happen when Tucker starts taking it? His lovely girlfriend back there. He's not going to tell her. He's not going to tell her, and he's going to
get that bitch a walking cane.
The best birthday of her life when he makes her feel like an absolute goddess, when he showers her with globs and globs and globs of cum.
He's going to get inflated like a snowman.
Exactly.
That's the kind of
Just
volume we're talking about.
Creamed everywhere. You're
like he blew up a balloon.
Even better. It's going to make your orgasm feel better, because the more you're coming, the more sensation there is. Everybody knows that. Lots of people are talking about it. I never come without Lock and Load. I was gonna. You can't probably endorse stuff as Trump. So
I don't know. It wasn't really him. You can AI voice.
It wasn't him. Oh fuck! I'm out of a job with the AI thing.
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready for this question?
Yes. Hit us with it. And then we have to get
to numbers. So you have to what?
We got to answer the retarded
the writer.
Yeah, the guy whose IQ is not 77. He's fibbing. He wouldn't have been able to write that to us.
That's not a real question. I was having a bit of fun.
Oh, I thought it was a joke question.
Jesus Christ, he thought a retard. No.
I knew he was. I thought
where's he getting the money to look? The people who are part of our Patreon are successful fucking winners. Ain't nobody in there got no 77 IQ, maybe 177, like you said. Only the smartest people. Click that link down there below and go to patreon.com and give us monies. Okay, because they're trying to support what we're doing here. The wonders that we provide. Right.
Yeah, I wish that you had said his IQ was like 94 or something, because then I would have been like, "Oh, geez, buddy, like that's not great." I mean, 86. That's getting.
It's like one.
Dude, 86. You'd be anyway. What
94 is really good. It only goes to 100. All right. A question for the boys. 3 years ago, I was given access to my stocks that were previously under a custodian account. Since then, I have spent $375,000 in 3 years.
I know where 300,000 went to.
I only have 150,000 left, right? So he started with almost 500 grand.
Jesus.
Or over 500 grand. Anyway, this was supposed to be for my retirement. I have told no one else about how I have spent. My grandmother and parents think I have actually made better investments with them and earned money instead of blowing it. I read that correctly. He didn't write it well. Before you ask, I spent it on nonsense. Rent, a new car, a trip to Europe, etc. How do I possibly explain this to my family without being seen as a piece of shit? My parents asked me for money a few times, but I told them I needed it for retirement, even though I was just buying random things. So he had over 500 grand. He spent almost 400 grand.
There's a why was the stocks in a custodian account?
And why were the parents turned 18 or 21 or
right? But I'm saying, so somebody had to put them in the account. Usually that's traditionally the parents, right? So the parents are now asking him for money, right? A couple times, or did ask him for money a couple times.
I'm filling in some gaps here, but my guess is that the grandparents gave some money to the grandkids.
Got it.
And mom and dad are like, "Hey, can I have some of that money?" And he's like, "I need it for retirement." But really, he's just blowing it on hookers and cars.
Yeah,
that's right.
How old is he again?
He didn't say, but since 3 years ago he got access to his account.
21.
He might be 21 or 24
All right, so
now.
you're probably very young with like $175,000 left. Is that about right?
Fucking sounds great, dude. You're off to a good start.
Yeah, you're in a great place.
Yeah. All right. So look, things could be going way worse. None of us here started out at 18 with $175,000. Okay, that would have been such a wonderful thing to like not worry about anything for the time in your life where you've got to like learn shit and get your stuff together and make like connections with people. You're fine. You're okay. You did a big whoopsie by throwing away $350,000. But the key here is to turn that into a lesson and to make $350,000 a very cheap price to pay for that lesson by applying what you've learned here to the rest of your life. You're so young that this is a good thing, not a bad thing. As far as your parents go, we're going to lie to them. You tied that money up in long-term investments. If you have to lie and make it seem that, I thought CDs were the thing. Everyone always said, I put it in a 20. They're in a 10-year
put it
CD.
in a 60-year CD.
No, tell them you threw it into a SEP IRA and you literally can't touch that till you're 60. Sorry. And ta-da. Here's a problem.
Get them off your back about that because A, that's your money. B, it's none of their business how you spend your money. C, you're a decent enough, smart enough guy to know you fucked up. Now, you want to make sure you're a $50 patron, first of all, because that's going to allow you access to the Discord where you can just private message me about like where you want to go from here.
Yeah, that's for a reasonable price.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I charge per hour, but you can afford it, man. Look, you're young, you got $150,000.
Yeah, don't be stingy now.
If you give me $50 a month, I will explain to you how a fool and his money are easily parted.
If you give me, look, I'll say this, until that custodian released that money, you had $500,000. How about a new custodian? How about I hang on to this $150,000 and I see what I can do with it for a while? And you come and we touch base again in a year or two, and we
won't do worse.
I did this with my RuneScape account. He was supposed to boost my archery level. Never got that account back, so I'm
just got taken for a ride on RuneScape.
How old were you? That.
How old were you?
6th grade, and gave it to a 7th grader, and he was like, "Dude, forgot the password after I changed it." And I'm like, "Oh, all right."
Valuable
lesson.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Another life lesson learned. So you and this guy, similar boats.
Yeah. I lost a RuneScape account. He lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, but
I'm on a much different track than Kyle was. Like, I had a manager at Cisco tell me decades ago, probably, bad news doesn't get better with age. And there's a temptation, like when your project's behind schedule and stuff, to be like, "Oh, everything's going fine," and in your heart, you're like panicking and you're hoping you can catch up in the next 2 weeks before it like goes live or is due or whatever. That's not the move. The move is open and honest communication all the way through.
Why?
Because everyone would rather know you're behind schedule.
It's not their business.
It's not.
Well, in this case, it's the manager, right? You're running behind schedule. Bad news doesn't get better with age, but I found that to be true all over the place. Like if I'm a kid and I've got something to admit to my parents, you don't just sit on that until due date. Well, the thing is,
money. Fuck,
I disagree. Well, I hear you, but I think if he was honest, if he was like, you know what, I've learned, but I had 3 pretty stupid years. Hey,
mom and dad, I'm not very good with money. Just thought you should know. Oh, good to know, son. We'll be very careful around you from now on. And
we'll stop asking him for money.
Your father's business associates wanted to work with you, but now that we know this, I don't feel comfortable telling them lies.
So now here's the deal. The situation you'd be putting him in is just lying for years and years and years.
One
just
lie.
One lie that, but
the
told
money's tied
again
up.
and again and
it's
again.
my money, and frankly, I don't feel comfortable ever discussing that money again. It'll come between us and our love.
Perfect.
That money is locked away from my retirement. I won't even be thinking about it until I'm in my late 50s. So please, mommy and daddy, don't ask me for money.
That's how I would handle that as well.
I agree.
There's no reason for me to let mommy and daddy know I'm a fuck up before I've even made up for it to myself.
But I'm pretty sure. Tucker, please go.
I'm just because I think that you are looking at it how I would deal with it if it was my parents and this was this situation, because we have a different relationship, and I may just be reading between the lines and completely wrong on this, but it just seems due to the way this was set up that the parents were not in the know of pretty much any of this, and that's like none of their business. As long as he doesn't even have to lie, like what Kyle said, he can just be like, okay, well, that money is for my retirement and it's tied up. No, I'm not comfortable loaning it to you, and I'm uncomfortable discussing like finances with you because I think it would damage our long-term relationship. I think that that's an adult conversation to have that doesn't deflect from him understanding his mistakes, but also keeps the parents where they were 3 years ago, which is
I also premature ejaculated last week, Mom. Just thought you should know all my failings.
I hear what you're saying, but I feel like the alternative to coming clean is to just carry on this lie about, I've been making great investments. I've turned that 500.
Oh, he did say that. You're right. Now, if he said that, if he's talking about that, I forgot about that part. You're right.
He should telling him he's been making great investments, right? For all they know, he turned this $500,000 into $1 million by now, and he really has $100,000. And like, you're just gonna carry that on. You're just gonna go into
that's different
30s into your 40s, and now it's $7 million. Meanwhile, it's like 200,000. Like, dude, just fucking come clean one time instead of maintaining this lie until your parents die.
No, better lie then. Okay. So if we have to,
they're on your trail. You go, Mom, Dad, I'm gay. Boom, different discussion.
If it comes to it, fuck your dad.
You pull the Kevin Spacey maneuver. You go.
I don't think you had to fuck your dad to prove you were gay.
No, they weren't buying it, Taylor.
Yeah, I'll tell you this now. Those two in therapy, they're not talking about finances. Like, look at me, the master.
All right. So if you have, in the scenario, if the case is that you have been bragging about winnings when you have tremendous losses, not the losses, just you threw the money away, you spent the money, then they might be like wondering why you're hoarding millions of dollars or something like that. But I still say this money should be spent frugally to support you while you get your education or start your business or whatever you want your life to be. You should spend some time and maybe talk to someone who's smarter than you about like how to apply that money and make that money like do a thing for you. Because I'm just saying, if you could get your education without working a side job, that would be great. And here's the thing. If you maintain the lie, there's no way you can get your education and ask your mom and dad for money now, right? So if you're going to come clean, you need to come clean and say, you know, have you read about crypto, Mom and Dad? No. Well, I really took a bath in the crypto market and I'm down to a third of my money left. I'm sorry. I was up to, you do the math.
This is a good lie. I like this life. I think this one's the best.
You got documentation.
Yeah.
You'd be like,
look, here's where I started losing money, Mom. Yeah. 7,187,000, but I'm out and I'm ready to start fresh. I like this one. It's up to you whether you're morally correct or you want to take the easy route. I'm not an angel or a devil. I'm just explaining your options.
But if you want your parents to respect you look, and here's the thing:
his parents are asking for money.
You're not worthy of telling this lie and reaping its benefits if you haven't learned from your mistake.
That is true.
That's the only case when what I'm saying works. You're not worthy of telling the lie unless you have learned your lesson, because what the lie is doing, it's preventing them from not believing that you've learned your lesson and holding back. And like it's keeping them from 3 years from now when you're like, Mom and Dad, I want this business. Look at this. I'm putting my 150. If you jump in with your 25 for just the building permits, I can go. You know what they're going to say? I remember when you spent all your money on trips and women. They're they're going to be down for it if you do it that way. You got to learn from your mistake, though. You threw a lot of money away.
I would just tell the truth. It's easy. I would say, listen, mom and dad. By the way, keep in mind, mom and dad are asking their children for money. Just be like, I'm not very good with finances.
I think he cares more about grandma.
I think it's a genetic condition.
What?
I tend to spend money I don't have. I learned from the best mom and dad.
I'm a shopaholic.
Well, maybe it's not even that. Maybe mom and dad think
shaking.
The kid,
you haven't bought anything.
Maybe mom and dad see the kid living a certain lifestyle while saying his money is invested and think that, like, Jesus, you're making that off of like your interest or your dividends or whatever. Like, how much are you worth, son? If they're in that sort of mindset, we got to get them out of there. Because look, here's the thing. For all you know, here's what parents will do a lot when their kid is like that guy who's making millions or whatever. They'll throw themselves into irreversible debt, knowing they'll get the bailout from their kid. They won't ask you for the money because you wouldn't give it for them. You'd never give them $800,000. But if they drive up $800,000 worth of debt and say, son, I'm losing the house and all the cars unless you pay this off, you're going to do it.
That'd be a real piece of shit.
Tell the truth one time. Don't maintain a lie for the rest of your life to your parents. It sucks.
Yeah, I see. I mean, man, that extra layer of having talked
tell them when you make up for it.
Makes it more difficult.
When you make
I didn't even put into perspective if you are going to Europe and you bought a new car and you're living this nice life and your mom's like, or your grandma's like, where's the money coming from? And you're like, I'm making so much money on my investments. I did this. You're dumb as shit. But I still maintain it's not up to the parents to know any of that. It's your grandma or whoever gave you the stocks in the first place that you need to come clean with. Don't let grandma die without coming clean. You're gonna hate that,
dude. You do not tell your look.
Tell her on her deathbed.
People are still
it's a happy median.
Right as she's fading out, you add a little tag to the end of her life.
Yoinks her back in.
Wait till she's asleep.
I mean, look, if your grandma is the one who's, if she's still alive, this grandma who's giving you all this money,
grandmother's parents.
You read the chat?
Yeah,
I didn't. I was just listening to you. You should go back. Shit. Go to your grandma and tell her you lost all the money because it was stolen from you, and cry a lot.
No.
And tell her, look, I'm so ashamed. Here, you gotta get the best part. No. Tell her your mom and dad have bled you dry because they're ashamed to ask grandma for money, and you need grandma to like.
Listen, mom and dad are going to lie about this. Mom and dad are not going to admit that I gave all this money to them.
Oh my God.
If listen, you can start
you need to carve your parents out of your life,
Kyle,
wait for grandma to die and reap the inheritance direct from the tap. You got to get them out of the way. Suckle the inheritance.
Get the fuck out of
there. My God,
this is a tough. I'm having trouble even imagining spending that much money that like he said cars, right?
He's spending about 10 grand a month.
That's
a
lot of money to blow.
Yeah.
Like, tell him your father took all your money and for a Korean penis implant, and that he's tell grandma about it. And if she doesn't come up with $350, you're gonna kill yourself.
Yeah, they're gonna take the implant back.
Let's circle back. If dad doesn't jump on the lie, fuck him.
Yeah.
You go to your parents and you guys team up to tag team and feed grandma dry. It's the only way.
You're weak, old man. I'm gonna do whatever I want with you. This ends when I decide it ends.
But to sum up my advice, dude, you don't want to carry on.
100% honesty from Woody.
Yeah, it just
I say
you're gonna. The lie is only going to get bigger and worse. It's going to grow. It's going to be this tangled web that you've woven. It
straight line, not a web. Straight line. I told you the lie. Woody's point is 100% honesty, and you feel clean, and it's all on the table. Jericho agrees with me. At least a 75% of a lie, admitting your faults, but maybe not admitting that you were foolish and awful with the money. Because I'm going to tell you, like, if a friend of mine, a family member, told me that they had blown their inheritance. I get that that's your money, but like, hey, what the fuck? Like now I'm more likely to need to help you down the road when that was secure. You were no longer my potential dependent, and now you're a potential dependent again because you were frivolous with your money. Like, I mean, like,
I think
I vote for 75% dishonesty.
Up
to and including 100% dishonesty.
No, Kyle, the way you said it, you suggested it almost like 75% on, or I guess depends on your definition of honest. We're like, definitely go in, and the fact he was bragging about it, that makes it way fucking harder to get out of this. I do think he needs to be honest about the loss of money, but Kyle's on the money with, don't say that you were going on European vacations and hookers, and they already know you did those things, but don't make it quite so obvious that was the bulk of it. You know, maybe
you're a bad person. That's the point. The problem here, dude, is you're kind of a bad person for what you did. You did some bad person shit.
I'm not saying around.
I'm not saying that. All right. I'm not
saying you're a bad person. You literally just said you're.
I want to rephrase it though. I thought
these are the fans that pay us.
So it's not that you are a bad person, but you did the sort of thing that bad people do. And so somebody from the outside looking in who doesn't know you're a patron, who doesn't know you're a cool cat, they might think, "Holy shit, that's a bad guy." So
don't know the truth.
What I'm saying is, don't let your parents know you did a bad guy thing. Lie and say you lost your ass in crypto. And then they're still in the same shape where they know where the finances stand. They know that you technically lost the money, but they don't know how foolish and bad guy-ish you were. They don't need to know that. Like it's just like, look, every time I shit my pants, I don't fucking call my mom and tell her. She doesn't need to know how bad I am in life.
Yeah,
right?
I'd appreciate it if you stop telling me.
Actually,
dude, I show you the stains. They're impressive.
it's the beginning of March.
A butterfly.
Please become a $50 patron so at the end of March I can meet this foolish person and he can tell us the stories of the dumb shit he did with his money.
Dude, y'all need to.
I bet there's some good stories. I want
to hear $375,000 worth of bad financial decisions.
That
is a whole. Nice.
He's got a xylophone.
Right, he could have had a house. And instead he has a car and some trips and hookers, and he just channeled his inner Hunter Biden for a couple of years, and that whole money's gone.
You don't have Ukraine money, okay? The big guy isn't the president. You know?
Dude, thinking about, like, just empathizing and putting myself in this gentleman's scenario gives me like stress. Of being like, oh my God, $350,000 I spent.
Wait,
well, that I would be so. I honestly, I would have felt so guilty. Yeah, that's 3.5 bathrooms. If you're Woody,
4 bathrooms.
That is, I could buy another house of similar quality.
Like multiple tubs, Woody.
You know what I think really puts it? I think it really puts it into perspective when you understand that it's not $375,000 of income; it's $375,000 of savings. So just so you understand the magnitude of how much you fucked up, if you tried and saved like 15% of your income, which is above what most people are ever going to be, like 10% is like is pretty good. I think 10% for the average
is what you should be targeting.
Okay, whatever. You target that. Brother, if you make 6 figures a year to save up for that's going to take you like 20 years of work. You fucked up 20 years of work worth.
Yeah.
That's 20 years of normal person work. But you're going to be an overachiever because you fucked up so badly right here.
Yeah.
And you were a patron, and we set you straight.
If he was like spending it on drugs, like if he's spending it on drugs, which who knows, maybe on his European vacations, like there's no way this guy was dabbling in like weed. Like that, if he was doing drugs, he was doing the real drugs.
Addiction.
Yeah,
I spend hundreds a month.
Oh, I spend
$200 a month on this weed.
Yeah.
Dude, now that like,
do you have another one? That was fun.
I do have another one. It's shorter. It says, in all your guys' experiences, is home ownership worth it anymore? I get conflicting information about it all the time nowadays. I'm interested in your take. Is it worth it to buy a house?
I don't know about like the market
property. How about we do that? Because buying a house, I think homes suck.
Mm-hmm.
But I love my apartment that I own. So I think there's a difference because I would say no, don't buy
property.
No, not invest. I don't know if he's saying just to live. It sounds like he's saying, is it worth it to buy something and should I just rent forever?
Which is like
an insane question.
When he says, is home ownership worth it anymore? I'm interpreting primary residence.
Right, which is an insane question. What do you mean? Instead of paying $3,000 or $2,000 or $1,000 a month to somebody else, you pay it into your property. So like, yes, it's worth it. It should is it ever not?
I thought you were going the other way.
No. Is it? No, I'm saying it's like, is it ever not worth it to own
Only if you've got if you've got a couple years to live, then you rent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. 5 years or under, I think, is like the break even, or maybe depending on your length of mortgage.
And if you care about what you leave behind, I'd want
life.
wreckage.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I really enjoy owning a house. Like there's it's everything. It's a double-edged sword. Like, I was going to say the emergencies,
oh my God.
the maintenance.
Think of all the content he's got from contractors alone.
Yeah, my destroyed front yard that's still like I have to wait till spring to get that done. I have
water heater leaking right now.
My outdoor like AC unit, like the big machine broke. Like it would have like I had to get a whole new one. Like stuff just crops up that's super expensive. Mm-hmm. But like I also like that it's like this is my space. Like I like having my house. I'm kind of a bit of a homebody. Sometimes I have everything's in its place and I have all my stuff. And like if I were renting, there would be a different feeling of like this is so fly by night. But with it being my home, it's like it's my decision and I want to live here for many years. Like this is my place I live. Like I really like that.
Sent me a link the other day. It's to like one of the houses in his neighborhood. He's like, hey, you could always come to Missouri. I'm like,
Yeah. We could come over and have barbecues. I'll smoke you meat.
Yeah.
We could like slowly become gay.
You could stay in my
slowly.
I'll smoke your meat.
Yeah, I was like, man, you're really laying on the end.
Forgot.
Let's all have gay sex in mine.
I got distracted. Thank you for bringing up the gay sex because you've reminded me of Finnster.
It's a tent pole.
Yeah, Finnster's OnlyFans.
I don't want to leave the homeownership topic without.
Finnster's OnlyFans is up tonight, I think, on the 3rd. But yeah, back to home ownership.
It's tomorrow.
It's a stupid question he asked, but because of course it is, unless you're literally dying.
Wild, I would say.
That's why I said the difference being if it's like owning a home, I just prefer owning an apartment because there's less things for me to deal with, but there's still a lot of bullshit and things that I don't like, and not like the privacy that you can get from having a home in like a yard, depending on where you're living, is incredible.
No shared walls is like it revolutionized after living in apartments for so many years, being like, oh, I didn't even realize how much I hated hearing the neighbors through the walls.
So I haven't been in an apartment. I don't. Go ahead.
All right. So when I lived in apartments, I thought I was really considerate of my neighbors. I didn't play the TV loud. I didn't like walk loud. I didn't even like slam my kitchen cabinets or anything. Like I just tried to be a considerate neighbor. Now I'll thump around like an elephant if I want to. I own this whole house. Like I really like that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like I haven't been in an apartment that had shared walls since I was 18 or 19, and so like since then I've just been in houses from one to another, unless I'm on a vacation or something weird like that. But now I'm just too loud. Like I sing all day. Like I'm just making songs up and singing stupid songs to the dogs. I'm like, you're the floofiest of fellows, the prettiest. And he's just like, like looking at
I am pretty floofy.
Like, I'm part of the gang. But like my owner having fun.
I'll have the windows open and I'll realize like I'm screaming some fucking like version of a Lion King song that involves my dog's name, and then I know the neighbors can hear me. But if I were in an apartment, it'd be awful. I wouldn't do that stuff. I wouldn't want to bother people.
Ramsey has this thing where he says like the new status symbol should be the paid off mortgage and not the BMW, right? And he's like, pay off your mortgage. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Pay off the mortgage and tell me if your walls don't seem a little cleaner and whiter. Tell me if your grass doesn't feel a little softer under your bare feet when your mortgage is paid off. If you don't like owning your home, then you can always go back into debt. It's easy to find someone to get you a new mortgage, a new home equity loan. Just pay it off and see if you don't find that to be a better lifestyle without the man's foot on the back of your neck pushing you down all the time. If you rent, you'll never get to that stage.
The thought that I've kind of had as I get a little older, I turn 30 this month, right? And I'm like, okay, what is the end goal in life, right? You save up so you can retire, buy a property, buy somewhere to live, and like buy a vehicle. Those three things, everything else is kind of auxiliary needs and benefits, and like that's kind of cool. But like your main money spends are there. So if you remove the stress of having rent or rent payment or having another landlord or something else, I can only imagine that's got to be the best feeling in the world. Like because that's truly like 1/3 of many people's income going to their rent or to their home stuff. So once that's gone, think of how many more things you can buy every month.
It would be like getting another job. Like it'd be like getting another over part-time
Taylor,
job.
how many jobs are you going to take from the population? Are you getting a third job at this point?
I'm going to keep.
You're so fucking selfish.
I'm going to take jobs. I'm Ubering people. He took her but I don't even do it. I just pick up the rides and then stay home. I'm on my couch picking up rides, giving people false hope. Hey, look, Danny at the bar thinks he's being picked up, dumbass.
$5 cancellations.
That's my life, wasting people's time on Uber. That does sound kind of fun. Like I bet it wouldn't last long. But
did you happen to see like that? I think it was a Home Depot, and there was like a line of people, and the lady kept like bumping this guy with her cart. Like he's in front of her, back turned.
I don't like that. Like, rude as hell.
She's like bumping him, and she might have even had one of those flatbed metal carts that you put like planted pots on. This dude finally has enough. He takes like 5 steps away, and she's not really paying attention. He picks up one of those orange shopping carts over his head like a gorilla, like he's Donkey Kong.
Throwing a barrel.
And he hurls it at her head with both hands and drops her like a bad habit.
Now, see, that's rude also.
Drop too if I got
rude. Is that inconsiderate, Taylor?
That's frowned upon. Like both.
I'm
not here to say who
understands manners.
Yeah, I'm not here to say one was worse than the other. I would never deign to decree that. But we can agree they're both pieces of shit.
I like how shopping trolleys in all caps in the link.
Shopping trolley. Oh, is this in the UK?
Oh my god.
Oi, Gov, you got a license for that trolley?
Damn,
okay.
He literally, he literally 2-hand trucks it.
Yeah, she should have.
Still shot. Is there a video? Oh,
I have to allow ads.
No, that's Mayor Carlin. I only see the still shot, but it's pretty badass.
Oh, it's in Brazil.
A lot of wild stuff going on in Brazil all the time. Based on the internet videos. God damn, that guy heaved it at her, and she did bad situational awareness. Bad situational awareness.
You know what?
She would be allowed to play for the Miami Dolphins.
You're allowed to win, right? Like if Taylor, if I check Taylor and then he checks me harder, but it's a legal check, you don't get a penalty for being bigger and stronger than your opponent. You're supposed to be. That man knows the rules.
That's
she bopped him with her card. He bopped her with his.
Nah, I do think this is the equivalent of flicking your friend, and they turn around and punch you as hard as they can in the stomach, and you're like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Yo, like, dude, equal."
I see aggravated assault in both cases.
Oh my god, it'd be a tough case, Woody, but I'm sure somebody would take it.
Yeah, better call Saul on this one.
Yeah, Your Honor, my client was stressed out. He all day he was just trying to find his groceries.
As soon as he starts talking with his hands, you know shit's gonna work out well. I'm on season 6 of Better Call Saul now, and I'm enjoying. Have you guys seen that Better Call Saul?
I'm done with it. I've seen it.
You're finished the whole thing.
Yeah. I thought the last seasons actually were better than like I don't remember which one it was in the middle where it was just Chuck over and over and over and over, and everything was about Chuck. And I grew to hate Chuck. Not even specifically because of him, but because every time he came on screen, it's like, I already give me a pad and paper. I can write down this script of what's going to be said before it even happens. Like, oh, they're going to bicker at each other, and there will be a couple of side-eyed, snarky lines from Chuck towards Jimmy about how he's not a real attorney. And then Jimmy will talk, and infer or imply rather that like something about their past, and you never loved me. You always just pretended for mom, or like enough.
So here's the thing. I'm watching a couple shows at the same time right now. One is 1923, which just ended, if I recall. The other is Last of Us and Better Call Saul. Right, that's what I'm watching.
Quite the range.
Yeah.
So in 2 of those shows, 1923 and The Last of Us, it's moving perhaps too quickly. Right, like the character development, those characters are all so fucking paper thin. One's guy can't lose a fight. You've got the Alex, his wife, who freaking every piece of adventure she can't say no to, and like all the way through these guys. Here's the young one who always makes rash decisions. Here's the old one who does nothing ever but grumble about money, and every character is so fucking paper thin, but shit's moving along in the story. Then you get Better Call Saul, who spends 2 years on building a relationship between Jimmy and Chuck, who spends 6 minutes like tying shoes and putting your wallet in a mailbox and grounding yourself on the pipe and all that shit. However, in the first show, there's no character development. In the second one, my wife and I are debating, like, is Chuck a bad guy? Is Jimmy's a bad guy? Chuck was right about him. Everything Chuck ever said about Jimmy was on target.
Yeah.
He's like, you can love this guy, you can support him, you can invest your emotional labor in him, and he will still screw it up and he will screw you over. That's what Jimmy does all the time. But you like Jimmy, he's charismatic, but Chuck wasn't wrong. Chuck should have supported Jimmy a little more in his career. When he went to law school and showed all that promise, you feel like you should have supported him, right? But Chuck didn't. And Chuck was right. Jimmy with the law degree is just a more dangerous version of Slippin' Jimmy than there was before. He was right. And that development is slow burning, I guess. But man, those characters are deep. You try to figure, like, does Nacho deserve better? Does Jimmy deserve better? Kim Wexler, how, like, I really like her.
Yeah, I like her too.
But she's Jimmy adjacent in terms of like morality and stuff. She's not above going to the fucking city and getting Mesa Verde's bank plan slipped in under the radar.
Like she's great with that. He'll be like, hey, I know you don't like these scamming things, but we need to go scamming. And she's like, oh, Jimmy, let's scam.
Yeah.
I think that's actually from the show.
And so some of the scamming was for her benefit. And right now she's trying to do a scam in season 6. I don't know where it's going to lay out, but it's something to do with like taking down Howard to get the Sandpiper settlement happening sooner. Don't spoil it for me, but that's what's happening. And it's like her leading the scam. But anyway, these characters are so developed. And I'm really torn on, do I root for them? Do I not root for them? Are they good people? Could they have been better people with more support? That doesn't happen if the show moves along quickly. So I'm here torn. Like, what exactly do you want from a show, Woody? Do you want this slow burn with deep character development that irritates you at the time when I'm like watching some guy tie his shoes in the reflection of an exhaust pipe or whatever? Or do I want it to move along like Last of Us, where they teleport from freaking Boston to Kansas City and not develop? I don't know.
They spent so much goddamn time in that fucking arcade with that ugly fucking big-headed Samoan bitch. Like fucking kiss her already so we can move on. Joel, we can go to the next scene. Out. Joel is bleeding out from a filthy baseball handle stab wound. You got to reminisce about your
nonsense.
Dyke, is that the proper word? Your stupid girlfriend.
Yes. The dyke is what they prefer.
I don't care if you're gay or I don't care. Or I don't fucking care.
I care about the fungus.
Joel is bleeding. Here's the thing. Here's the worst part. Nothing about that flashback had anything to do with like abandoning or staying with Joel. Actually,
man, I haven't watched this episode. I was on an island
to stay. I guess she's remembering back to her girlfriend.
Hold on, Kyle. Don't say anything too much because
it's okay. I can remove myself from the conversation.
Has not seen it yet.
Oh, I didn't even.
But I played the game, so I played the game. I just, the games are. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen the way that the progression goes. I mean, so with this episode, because I haven't seen it, but like the game is like I'm kind of surprised that people are surprised that the game is very gay facing. Like it's a gay game, you know? Like to me, I don't know where the placement is, but like
I don't care about the gay part.
No, I'm saying there are a lot of people that when the third episode with was it Nick Offerman?
Nick Offerman.
Yeah, and
we loved that
one.
God, that was so good. But they were like, I said something about it, and I saw so many people on Twitter like, what the fuck are they doing with this? I'm like, you never played the game. You never there's no way that people are like missing.
I never played the game. I love that episode. It might be their best episode. Loved it.
I think it was good.
I thought it was one of the best episodes of TV to have ever been aired.
I agree. It was tremendous. I cried.
It was emotional. It was good, but like the difference is like that episode, even though it was a sidetrack thing, it set the stage for something that became important later. And it also, I think we talked about this on the Hangout, like an importance of showing that was setting an anchor point for hope so that it's like, it's not just surviving another day. Happiness is possible. Look at these people who kind of carved out a happy existence. It gives the character something to aspire to, so it doesn't feel so dreary and all that. And so to me, it made total sense, and it was done very well. This most recent episode is another ham-handed romance. Not another ham-handed, is a ham-handed romance. And unlike that episode 3, it adds nothing to the deepness of the story. It genuinely feels like I could have skipped this episode entirely and I wouldn't lose a thing
I wish
at
I
all.
had.
Did you know?
It's bad. It's the first sincerely bad episode of the series.
Did it get rated? Really? Did it get rated as the bad one? Because I remember that the testers said, I remember reading before the 3rd episode, people were like, all right, just FYI, this is the best episode of the season according to early viewers or whatever. But I don't pay attention to this stuff, so I don't know if this was expectedly to be like a slower episode or
the main story doesn't progress at all. I would say there are 5 minutes in our current timeline in the 2020s. And then the remaining 45 minutes is spent with an Ellie flashback to the earliest point of her life that we have yet seen.
Got it.
And her and Fedra and since you haven't seen it, I won't go through a whole spoiler.
No, I know. I know
but
what you're talking
it's
about.
love story like kissy kiss all night.
Yeah.
I don't care if she's sucking dick or eating pussy. That's not my point. My point is I don't care about her relationship. The only thing that I can even now I'm trying to make that episode matter to her current situation with Joel. I guess there is sort of the idea toward the end of that of someone agreeing to like stay with you instead of leaving. So
like a commitment.
But man, you spent 45 minutes earning that and we talked about it on PKN extensively, but like how much power was seemingly being wasted in that scene irked me a little bit. If we're in a post-apocalypse, like that was a lot of electricity.
I looked up the ratings for the episodes. I was curious. It's the lowest, but still really high. The episodes have been rated. Good. The worst was 96%, and the best was 100. That one was 96% fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. So
we'll see how it ages, but that is
it's just
not a
what
helpful
level of good A you get.
Yeah.
How many episodes does a season have? Because I don't. Here's the thing. Like I watch through Star Trek: The Next Generation all the time.
So that's a like 12%. I can't do math.
15%, right? No,
12.
14 9 would be
13, 9, somewhere around there. 13,
roughly 10%.
8, 9,
10. I think it'd be 11%. It'd be 11.
Calculate.
Just go through the multiplication tables and you get there eventually.
I'm fucking stupid. But yeah, that is a lot of episode to use on what you guys are saying is not like a progressive one, especially when Woody, you said that you thought the story was progressing pretty fast for the show.
I liked that episode more than other people. I felt like I got a little insight as to what life was like right before she left town, because I didn't play the game. Like to me, there's some insight.
They took them 45 minutes to say we used to live in dormitories where we worked out. It was basically all they had to say was. It was essentially a private school.
Dude, compared to some of the other episodes, it's mind-blowing this is the same show. That's how bad, in my view, this episode was. I was getting aggravated during it because I'd like pause to go pee. And I'm like, dude, it's 38 minutes in and nothing's happened.
That's how I felt. I felt aggravated for different reasons when they first went to Kansas City. Like the road was blocked. And they're like, oh, well, I guess we just drive through the worst infected city in the country, because that's the best idea going forward. Oh, look, there's an ambush just like I used to make. I should probably drive towards it and hope for the best. And I'm like, you haven't been mind-blowingly stupid. You've been street smart guy for 4 episodes now. And now you're just so mind-blowingly stupid. I can't get it.
Going to Kansas City and then Kyle showing me the lore of like, KC is supposed to be like ground zero of hell. And it's like, oh, so you went through there, the natural route from Massachusetts to Kansas City to Wyoming. And like, what the fuck and oh, don't worry. All the fungus are harmlessly lurking underground.
Yep. And that ambush, just like we used to do, let's head towards it. I particularly struggled with that.
What Kyle said that made mention of with the power usage, there are things in post-apocalyptic worlds that really bother me specifically, and I thought they did a good job, or at least a decent job, just getting rid of like the very basic shit in the first episode or so. Maybe it was the second, where she's like, what are you doing? He's like, gasoline's pretty much dog shit. We got to do this every 2 hours or else we're not going to make it. We got to keep siphoning gas. And I was like, okay, well, like that's better than just driving on a full tank of gas for the entire way without addressing that. But the power, like amount of power that some of the city is using, like what do you mean by you like tons of lights and shit? And then
I don't want to like give too much away on the episode since you haven't seen it, but there's a scene where essentially
you won't like it if that bothers you. You're gonna be like, oh fucking.
They choose to turn the power on to an old world building that is full of
like
lights
electronics and
stuff,
electronics,
and like it'd be like they don't go to a baseball stadium. It would be the same thing. It would be. It's probably worse what they did than lighting up a baseball stadium.
And you're like, the grid can't handle this.
And they're just like casually walking around, like, look at this and look at that. And all I'm thinking is some poor guy wherever they are burning pig shit to make the electricity. He's like, more pig shit, quickly! Like dials going off the fucking spinner.
It's interesting because it's based on a game. In a game, if you told me like, oh, this girl's staying here, but there's a monster that jumps out at you, I'd say, absolutely, right? Of course there's monsters jumping around. That's almost how I know I'm still going in the right direction. But in a TV show or a movie, I'm like, what? They didn't clear this building out of bad guys first? Like, they have a child staying, 16, but I'm calling a 16-year-old a child. And like, how could the adults be like, you stay here on some fucking rags you put on the floor using them as pillows, and we didn't clear this building to make sure there are no zombies in it? Outrageously dumb. But in a game, par for the course.
Well, yeah,
I didn't think about that.
I like the show a lot, and I think right now it's winning me over with the acting of the two leads and the special effects.
You know what?
Because all that's on point.
Yeah, I was gonna say the casting was really good, and I feel like I think you probably, since you didn't play the game, maybe that's a differentiating thing.
I'm not appreciating it, but I've seen the appreciation threads and looked a little into it and been like, wow, that is beat for beat. They get it.
Yeah, it's like who's the Pedro Pascal. I don't know why I blanked on it. The guy's a genius, so good. But it kind of hurts when people refer to it as like the best video game adaptation, right? Because it's just like a really great show, period. And it's
don't you wish he was Mario now?
Did you see the Saturday Night Live?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was. I was like, all right, sign me up. This is way better.
If they made that movie, I would be 100% down. You just have to play it like for real and take it seriously. When he looked over and was like, "It's a me, Mario," with that like gray hair and like the wrinkles and stuff, it's like, fuck yeah, I never even considered like an old school Mario.
Yeah, it was
like,
cool
like with the old rusty pipe and like beating up Gen Z like turtles or whatever.
Yeah.
Every now and then SNL does something like that and it ends up being a movie, so fingers crossed that they make a terrible Mario movie, though it seems like they're already well on their way to doing that with Chris Pratt. I don't know if I have the same negative view on. I don't like Chris Pratt as Mario, but Jack Black as Bowser is a really good, like from all the trailers, I'm like, okay, he was a great cast. I feel like he's got that kind of personality that he can kind of carry Bowser. But what the fuck? Like, I really wish that we got. I'm going to see the movie, but it's probably a lot of people are gonna say this, but it's gonna take me out of the movie when I hear Chris Pratt and I think of like Community. I want an Italian. I want like John Leguizamo or Bob Hoskins. Remember them from the original? Like those guys had those Brooklyn accents that those Italian Brooklyn accents. Like it makes sense. But like I saw some article where Chris Pratt was talking about, where did you find Mario's voice? He's like, well, I worked long and hard and just basically just used my fucking voice for Mario. Is what he did. I've seen the goddamn commercial. I don't care to watch that. Like, that'll be another thing I skip. That I'm not gonna watch. I'll watch Avatar when it comes out, but I'm not like super excited.
You haven't seen Avatar?
Trash story. It's a trash generic story. Not with even really amazing special effects.
Yeah, I don't even. So I didn't need to see a 3-hour Avatar movie again, but I was forced against my will and a group of people to go, and I did like it more than I thought I would. I still did not think it was that great of a movie, especially for like the amount of hype and budget. And the first one was literally Pocahontas or whatever, right? So like
Fern Gully.
Right, yeah. So was it cool? Yes. Did I regret going? Not really, but I don't think given the chance I would ever go and see it again, or like I would have made that choice to do it. So like it's a 3-hour movie, and the practical effects of like somebody had the longest underwater breath holding scene ever recorded, apparently. It was like 8 minutes long, right?
Oh, shit.
Who fuck? I don't know where. I mean, I can't remember where that scene is because they're all just cartoons, really well animated to me. So, like, you might as well not have done that because I don't see it.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. Again, I'll watch it when it comes out, but like it's a little overwhelming that he's gonna like. I think he's making 3 or 4 more. Like, I don't.
He wanted to do 4 more if this one popped off, and I don't know if it did or not.
It did. It's like the 3rd biggest movie of all time.
Damn it! All right, well, we're gonna get more.
It's like the 3rd biggest movie of all time. Like, it keeps bumping up slots every few months. I or weeks or whatever. I read it on Reddit. No, they're definitely coming. And I kind of don't want to avoid the whole thing. It's like you don't want to watch one Harry Potter movie if you're not going to watch all 8 of them or whatever. Maybe I just avoid this fucking Avatar series. Yeah, but is it something I want to file away in my memory warehouse?
Kyle, you watch so much media that like I don't understand why you'd be like, you know what, I just can't fit Avatar into my schedule. It's not making the cut.
I watch less media than you think. I polish on the same old media. I like complete knowledge of little chunks of media. But
You've seen a lot of movies.
I rewatched Once Upon a Time in Hollywood last night. That is my 3rd favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. And it is a fucking...
Is that the one with Brad Pitt?
Yeah, Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio. Fucking great. Love Brad Pitt in that. The first time I ever saw that, I've seen it 3 times now, but the first time I ever saw it when they kicked the door open. Spoiler alerts for those who haven't seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Please click away and go watch the goddamn movie. But when the crazies kick the fucking door in and you realize they're at Brad Pitt's house, not Sharon Tate's house, I was like, yes! Yes! I was so happy because I was nervous for Sharon Tate, all pretty and blonde and pregnant up on that hill. And I know that, they like fucking gut everybody with knives. It's a horrible thing that happened, the Manson murders. And then when I did not know that it was an alternate reality until that moment. And Brad Pitt starts like him and his dog maul them all to death. And then like when DiCaprio was explaining it to the neighbor, he's like, yeah, fucking crazy hippies on a bum trip or something, man. I don't know. My buddy and his dog, they killed 2 of them. And well, I torched the last one. Torched? How'd you do that? I got a flamethrower in the garage from the 14 Fists of McCluskey. That's right. Still works too. But like him burning that chick alive, I watched it back. I watched it the next night again. Like my dad came over and I watched that movie twice in 2 days. And it's like
a 3-hour movie.
It's so long.
I thought it was pretty good. Like,
Taylor, are you going to watch Avatar?
I loved it.
I have not thought about Avatar since the last time you mentioned it. How's it? Is it still in theaters?
It's like the 3rd biggest movie of all time.
I think it is still in theaters.
No, I didn't have a plan to watch it.
It's a little tricky because prices go up. So when you talk about sales, like modern movies get to win. But it's the 3rd highest grossing movie of all time. That's saying
I didn't even think about that as like a sales metric of money, of dollar amount figure and not ticket sales, because I feel like Titanic would just still dick down everybody. Baby. Or or even if you did it by like population percentage of people.
You ever seen Gone with the Wind?
No.
You cannot sit through that shit. It's like trying.
Terrible.
You want to be nostalgic and anytime I try to be a little too refined for my own like good, or like I bet I've got a good palate. Like I don't know. I love caviar. I like oysters. But I know I don't have the fucking palate to eat those goddamn duck embryos or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's like that. I have that nostalgia for like the original series of Star Trek with Kirk and Spock. Dude, you can't go back and watch that goofy ass shit. It's horrific. It's like that with a lot of things. I can't.
Dude, you were right on the money with Gone with the Wind as the most tickets of all time. 202 million. Second place is Star Wars: A New Hope with 178 million, and then Sound of Music, E.T., Titanic, 10 Commandments.
I mean, and also just even thinking about
I see your source because I'm just curious if it includes news.
It's just called Box Office Mojo. Let me link it.
I trust that. Sounds legitimate.
Yeah.
The leaders in cinema news.
I know them a little bit, and they update. I was wondering if, like, maybe he found something from 4 years ago.
I don't know. It just says by adjusted gross as of March 2nd.
Oh,
that's the part really I wanted. As of March 2nd. So this is like a really good source.
$1.85 billion.
If you were like, these are the most ticket sales, but it was a 5-year-old source, I'd be like, Marvel's been making noise, you know.
Yeah, so the Avengers Endgame doesn't even break 100 million tickets. That's pathetic.
I think Marvel's on the slide down. I think I mean clearly we're on the backside of like, I don't know, like the story.
God, I fucking hate superhero movies so much. Can we?
I don't like them either.
You're already there. Good.
Yeah, I'm so glad it's ending.
I was one of the bigger superhero movie advocates. Like I was the freaking whatever child who with lack of taste. He was like, I really like it when Captain America picked up the hammer.
I like that
too. You guys are missing the magic in that. But
really good.
It was really good.
For a minute, it didn't seem like they were going to pull it out.
really thought the whole world was going to
win in the end.
They all died in the first one.
Yeah, the bad guys won in the first one. So anyway, I really liked it. But even I, one of the bigger whatever semen swallowers for Marvel, am just like a little over it.
Good. I use you as a weather vane of that, and so for you to be saying I'm over this, I'm like the tides. The times they are changing. Like
Ant-Man
that's what's coming.
Is like a colossal disappointment.
That's what I'm saying. The second that we started making, not the second, but like recognizing we're making superhero movies with Paul Rudd as like, I mean, I don't know how good of an actor for Ant-Man he was, but like
I've disliked them all.
It's just like what, like, guys. You like, there's no way Ant-Man as an IP was so popular you decided to make a multi-million-dollar movie on it. There's just no fucking way.
I can't put my finger on why, like, Ant-Man, that is a terrible concept. Spider-Man, one of the best ever, but Ant-Man's so stupid. But
makes sense. Spiders are scary.
Yeah. He slings webs and flies around. Ant-Man gets small. He
also gets big.
Oh, sorry.
Which doesn't make sense. Yeah.
I think he might maintain the same amount of mass. He just becomes hyper dense when he gets small. But that can't be true because then when he got big, he'd be like hollow,
just
like
blow
away.
Yeah.
Somebody would punch through him.
Do you remember in the first Avengers movie, I forget what it was called, when the Incredible Hulk punches that, I think it's called a Leviathan, that big tube flying thing. And we were all like, oh my God.
Sure.
Incredible Hulk is a match for that thing. Oh my God. Well, we got one guy who could deal with these things. Everyone else, it's a team effort to take one down. You can forget that Ant-Man punched a Leviathan too. Like he's Incredible Hulk's peer in this regard. He's a badass superhero, but I don't care about him. And for some reason, I don't give him the credit that he deserves.
Because he's not real. He doesn't deserve any credit because he's a fucking fake thing. You know, he doesn't need any.
In that regard, they're all peers.
In that regard, they are all. The problem they are pretending.
It's really just LARPing at this point. Honestly, it's quite sad.
They're professional pretend players.
I watched the first two Ant-Man movies both on flights. I think otherwise I wouldn't have caught them. I wouldn't have watched them. And man, they're just shit. I don't care. Like all the old people that are in them, like fucking Martin Sheen is in there, and Kim Basinger I think is in there, and his girlfriend or whatever, who's like the hot elf from The Hobbit that they like worked in there. I think that's Ant-Man's girlfriend. She's the Wasp, and she like flutters about and stuff with him, and he rides.
There's three bug-related heroes.
His girlfriend is the Wasp. Guess what his nemesis is in the second one? I think it's the
Leech.
Yellow Jacket.
Try one more time. Come on, try to.
We got the Wasp,
the Ant. We got Ant-Man, the Wasp, and who do you think the villain was?
The
Scorpion.
What's
Yellow
a bad
Jacket.
one? The Scorpion. The
Yellow
Roach.
It It was the fucking yellow jacket.
The water
roach. The roach cannot be killed.
Whenever you step on it, it smells terrible.
I'm honestly done with those movies. I've stopped watching the Marvel TV shows. I don't care. If they do something with the original Avenger cast again, anything that they stick, I watch any Guardians of the Galaxy stuff because I like what they got going on there. But I'm not going to watch any more of those side characters. I don't care about any of that shit. I'm done with it.
How are you for recasting a bunch of the characters?
You'd have to cast someone that I in particular liked. I'm not going to go in there and be like, well, let's see if this person I've never heard of can do it. I'm not going to deal with that either. I'm not going to go watch that or buy that or watch it for free.
Zach said the new movie kills the rest of the originals. From what they have said, does he mean he kills the characters or the movie
timeline? He's probably fucking up the timeline in the new movie, and messing with the canon in some way because he goes down to like the subatomic. Look, we're not going to go into the nitty gritty of how Ant-Man works, but
please do.
Fuck you.
No, dude, that's just a chance for me to. You keep going until something's retarded, and I'll joke about it. I
don't
Caleb,
you remember that Tennessee cop Megan Hill?
He gets into the quantum realm, and then that starts impacting time for reasons I don't understand. And
time dilation.
That's one of Ant-Man's superpowers.
Wow. So he's kind of like a deity, and he should really be killed because that's way too much power to have.
Ant-Man is the only reason that they won in the second movie, and we're not going to talk about the shit anymore. The answer to the question is yes, I'm burnt out on Marvel, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm back on Star Trek. I'm back on to Star Trek full time.
You know what I'm getting burnt out? Westerns. I asked for Westerns for a decade. Yellowstone came and just got so fucking stupid. It is a
glad I didn't start it then.
Soap opera for dumb people that I'm somewhat addicted to. Everything is lame. The characters are all super thin. I don't even know half of their names. In this house, the one who's dating Tater is just known as Token because I don't know his real name. Yeah. Kyle, do you know Token's real name?
Token what? What are we talking about?
He's in the bunkhouse from Yellowstone. He's dating Tater. He's the black
guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
See? He's Token.
Black Carl.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know the characters' names. Everything's so super thin. It's the same thing. There's a wealthy person trying to buy my land for 6 years in a row now. There's no plot to it. Taylor Sheridan seems to think he's terrific and his show is popular, so I can get why he thinks that. But it's a love to hate thing. Yellowstone is Star Wars in that everyone's excited to see it. It dominates sort of TV. Everyone's interested in it, yet everyone's upset how bad it sucks. Yellowstone is Star Wars for Westerns.
Interesting.
Or the last season of Dexter.
I've enjoyed everything I've seen of Yellowstone. I think Westerns are better contained in movies most of the time. There was that show Hell on Wheels. Did you ever see that about building the railroad? There's your show. Hell on Wheels. Mark that down. It's good actors. You'll recognize half the cast. And it's about building the railroad. You've got like a railroad lawman who's like trying to keep things cool. You've got this Norwegian guy who's like the villain, who's like devious mustache twiddling weird guy.
I'm going to knock your train off the tracks.
He sounds a lot. That's
And you better not even try to stop me.
Does he have any motivation?
Yeah, money. Yeah, you've got you got railroad barons like sort of like pulling strings and like villainous.
In
characters.
the Yellowstone universe, all the bad guys have like no motivation other than just mustache twirling evilness.
So we're building the railroad out west.
I hate that in shows.
In front of us.
He's just a bad man.
Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
It's like you're wasting time. Don't you have a lucrative oil business somewhere?
King Joffrey, in that there are this is 1923. There are these like super hot whores that this guy hires, right? And there they are dressed in this like super hot lingerie, and he's about to fuck both of them. But for some reason he gets called away and the big guy comes in. Cool. So now you're like, oh, but they're paid for. So big guy is gonna, go with these. What does he do? He has them hit each other and hurt each other because he gets off on people enjoying inflicting pain. So and he makes it very clear, like, I'm not getting off on her screaming, so don't scream. I get off on how excited you are about giving pain. And then he has him. So the one eventually gets into it, starts whipping her on the ass with a belt, obviously hurting her in a big way. And he's like, all right, now switch. because he wants the one who's in pain to seek her revenge. And it's just like, this is just fucking mustache twirling evilness. You're trying to develop that this guy is a terrible person, and all you can do is this. It's fucking lame.
Yeah.
Are we talking about Joffrey? Because that was amazing.
When Joffrey did it, the look on his face sold it for me. And by the way, Joffrey was a teenage boy. He's a teenage boy with a pair of hookers, and you're like, oh my god, yeah, they're trying to fucking subdue this kid, make him think about something else, like by giving him like, let's get this guy addicted to girls. That was what was happening in Game of Thrones, and it didn't work. Instead, his love of like being an asshole was so strong. He was an asshole with these girls, and he hurt him, and I think he killed one. They just copied the scene in 1923. Shot her with
that crossbow that they gave him over and over in like less than lethal areas, like shot her in the kneecaps and in the titty and in the pussy and stuff, and like skewered her with his fancy crossbow. Yeah,
he did. Yeah, he shot her up pretty good.
That's a good show though.
And the amount of arrows that were in her with a crossbow, that was a fucking 20-minute ordeal.
That's a lot of reloading.
Because you're having to crank it, and like you have to stay motivated to keep being angry for like an episode of Sunny.
They tried to copy that energy.
You got to be excited about. I saw Warner Brothers bought Lord of the Rings, and they're going to have like a whole series of new movies. Now I can't believe that they would make the trilogy and not make it a quadrilogy. Because it's clearly should have been at least 4 films. I think
it was already done perfectly.
That's what you think. That's what
I know.
That's what you know. What I bet those people that watched the animated Hobbit back in the day were like, "Oh,
that's great."
Why would they make this trilogy of Lord of the Ring movies? Like no,
the animated Hobbit is very good.
This is going to be better.
They're going to improve upon that scene with the ghosts, which was quite shit.
I can't wait till
all they do is go back and fix that. That's fine.
Where they're starting the games. Just like,
all right, fucking check.
Taylor is a multi-billionaire. That's what he's gonna do. Buy all the hockey teams and fix that scene.
Buy all the hockey teams, and it's like, so you want to make a new Lord of the Rings? It's like everyone's 20 years older. It's like money is no object. Like, whatever must be done, just make sure that.
What do we do with Gandalf?
Those guys who had themselves pledged to the rightful king of Gondor. We got to fucking make them not look so green and soupy.
Oh,
they're rolling over the Mumakil. Yeah.
So I saw them. I didn't see them. I saw a picture of them. I guess there was a con here in Atlanta the other day, and a friend of mine went to it and got their picture taken with like all of the hobbits, and I think Danny DeVito. It was
all of the hobbits.
I'm like 95% sure. I didn't want to like save somebody's like picture because but anyway, it was like all the hobbits and my friend, and then Danny DeVito. It was hilarious. Like I feel like he saw hobbits and was like, makes sense, and like just fit it in. I could be wrong. Yeah. But I was looking at all of them and they all look pretty old. But here's the thing: with a little makeup, digital de-aging, which is how you got which is what they do to Tom Cruise, you could make a new
do that to Tom Cruise?
They do it to everybody.
And Robert De Niro and The Irishman. It's terrible.
Like you ever go on your phone and like slide skin
hands.
smoothing to the max? They have that, but on the opposite end of that editing session. They are smoothing out his older folk. No one offend anyone who might be listening.
Yeah, careful.
Here.
I'm right.
Their skin can get a little weird. Like when you like twist your torso, like older skin does kind of a wrinkly, stretchy thing. You know how like a balloon does.
Yes.
But
many lines.
And so when Tom Cruise like torques his torso, I think he gets that, and they like they polish his rib area out, polish out like where his abs and his pecs like meet. Because that can be kind of no matter how fit you get, that can be kind of a wrinkly area.
I love that I don't have that yet. I don't mean to talk about me, but like I don't have old man chest at all. And I look in the mirror for it. Like that, still okay.
Still okay. No old man chest.
Mike Tyson, when he got back in fight to fight Roy Jones Jr., I think that's who he fought. Like he looked great and he was really in shape, but he had this old man chest that I can't quite put my finger on in terms of a description. And I was like, fuck, if he has that in that level of conditioning, then everyone gets it.
I think his pecs are just like they just hang like a titty. Like that when you've got that much pectoral muscle, that I don't know about that then.
I'm really critical of that part of a guy's body.
I know you are.
Yes, ruthlessly critical.
Woody's on the streets, just work harder, bitch boy. Anybody with a cut off slit shirt, he can see the rib cage.
Look at his neck. Look at the neck.
Look how great his deltoids and biceps are, especially in his left arm, right at the screen.
Is his face photoshopped on?
But his chest, like this, with the rope there, it's hard to. Yeah, he just. I don't know. Even in great shape, his chest doesn't look great.
He looks in terrible shape there. He's not on testosterone there.
Maybe.
How recent was this? Is this super recent?
We call it 2 years ago. Does that sound right?
He looks awful there.
I just see those like clips of him, like those like viral clips. Like I feel like every 8 months I see something where it's like Mike Tyson throwing hands at 53, crazy, and it's like him shadow boxing incredibly quick,
and he moves so well. He moves so athletically, but he usually has a shirt on.
Oh, I saw. So Jake Paul lost his boxing match against the Fury Kid. I lost my $10.
Mm-hmm.
I really thought Jake was going to take that thing.
You know what? When I saw the result, the big takeaway that I couldn't stop thinking is this wasn't fixed. Like if he lost a split decision, if the fight was at all close, then they would have given it to Jake.
Or they'd have made it a draw.
Did you guys watch the fight?
No.
No, I don't watch boxing.
I did not watch the fight, but I was on Twitter when the fight was happening. It was like during the stream or whatever. The vast majority of people that I saw talking were like, well, no way Jake wins this one. Like if he wins, it's rigged. And so I saw people surprised it was a split decision. I saw people saying whoever voted for Jake is insane. That ref was not watching the same thing. So it's
boxing judging.
Yeah, but that is boxing judging, right? So it's kind of hard. I didn't watch the fight, so I don't know. But it does seem to me like I'm glad he lost. But like, he made millions of dollars. Who fucking cares? He didn't lose.
You think John Jones is coming back and doing his thing? Can he beat Cyril Gane?
I don't know what you just said. No. John Jones, the UFC fighter?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you followed MMA. Shit.
I sort of do, but not really. Like I like to watch the good fights on Saturdays if they have.
Long story short, John Jones, the undefeated 205-pound champion of the world, who's been so since 19 years old. If you allow sometimes for him to go to jail, get suspended for drugs, steroids, or just be stripped of the belt for beating women or whatever he may have done at the time. He's never been defeated. No one's ever taken that belt off his
hands.
Only
by the law.
He always came back and took it back from whoever they had handed it to in his absence. Anyway, he spent the last 3 years, I think, bulking for the heavyweight division, and now he's back to take on Cyril Gane for the heavyweight title of the world.
Oh, that's Saturday.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. He does. I looked at his physique. He looks floofy.
Did you see the webpage where you could do a slider of it going back and forth?
I was just saying that I'm on 2012 looking at his UFC light heavyweight main event like 11 years ago. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like this man's been fighting for so long.
Since he was 19.
I could find it.
2009 co-main event UFC TUF 10. So right before UFC 100. So that's pretty. Man's old.
No, he just started so early.
He was one of the youngest champs ever.
He's still like, what is he, 30, 38, 37?
Is that not considered on the upper scale of what you should MMM? Like, what is who's the oldest, most consistent best fighter? Like, is there like who him?
It's hard to pick anyone but John Jones.
Nice. So he's at an 84-inch reach, which is the longest reach in the UFC. Yeah, look at that.
Wow. Quote, gained a whole bunch of ass. Jones expects fans to be surprised with.
Dude, he got taller.
Yeah, I know it's not perfect, but like this might be the exact site I was talking about. Thank you, Zach. I was looking for it too. Slide it back and forth a bunch so you can like see it come and go. I'm not seeing a lot of added muscle.
I bet he added a lot of muscle.
I think that fat is supporting a lot of extra muscle. Like that's the thing. Like if he cut that fat off, you lose a bunch of the muscle. There's a ratio, like for every pound of fat, there's like
thank you, Zach,
a certain amount of ounces of muscle you're going to lose too. I bet he's so much stronger. The question is going to be, I think Cyril Gane's a better striker than John Jones. So the question is going to be if John Jones can still fucking wrestle. and we're going to find out in the first round. I think if John shoots and gets him up against the fence, and then he's able to work with his elbows and knees like he does. He throws those knees from the clinch.
Why couldn't he do that now? Just because he's older?
He's older and
against the heavyweight.
And we haven't seen John use his wrestling in a long time. And so I think he'll need to employ it against a better striker, which I think Ciryl Gane is, probably a faster guy, maybe even. But I think John, if he shoots and he can at least get him against the fence, maybe if he doesn't get him down, that spells great stuff for John. But if Ciryl just shakes him off and continues to piece him up, get inside and get dirty with him, I don't know. But I've never seen John Jones lose a fight. I think he's going to win this fight, and I think Ciryl Gane is going to bleed.
I think Jones loses, and I'm willing to put $5 on it.
Done!
All right. It's been a long time since we've seen John Jones fight, and it's been a longer time since we've seen him fight well. I want to say
even longer since we've seen him lose, because it's
I want to say 2 out of his last 3 fights, the media and the audience thought he lost.
Haters.
The judges gave it to him anyway.
Yeah,
he lost against
3 out of 4 pregnant white women agree John Jones lost his last 2 fights.
John Jones has been looking worse and worse.
He crippled one.
John Jones has been looking worse and worse in his fights, and he hasn't fought since 2020? I don't know when he lost last.
It's been
fight.
3 years since.
I think he loses.
Is it not? Is the UFC not? When you leave the NFL for a season or two, it becomes an incredibly a very high talking point of can you compete at the physical and mental level? Did you keep your body in that shape during that gap? Because you can have all the time and money, but if you're not going through the active training regimen to be in peak condition, you lose some of that ability and your capacity goes down as you get older. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I can't think of anyone.
Conor McGregor came back after 2 years, smoked the ghost, as you like to say, of Cowboy Cerrone, broke his nose, kicked his face, knocked him the fuck out. But I think one of the things about UFC fighters, it's not quite like the NFL players. I never see NFL players in their free time on Instagram throwing the ball and
you don't follow the right ones.
No, but every UFC fighter on their Instagram, what do you do with your spare time? What are you fucking talking about? I train to kill people with my bare hands in my spare time. That's all I do. Anybody who's at that elite level, top 10 at your weight division, they don't have side hobbies or they spend their time learning to kill people with their bare hands. So they don't really
can't
John
name a
Jones,
single
for example,
fighter who took a couple years off and came back okay.
All John Jones does is lift weights and learn to fight.
Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make. You might be good,
but he used to be. John Jones came back and really most people think he lost 2 out of his 3 fights. And who else took off? McGregor came back. He just gets his ass kicked. He's literally lost 3 out of his last 4 fights, and the only guy he beat was
So is Chandler. Nobody gives him a hard time.
True. Well, I am a bit of a Chandler semen swallower. Yeah, I like that guy. so he loses his fight.
He somehow got over there in Bellator.
Yeah. So it's true. Chandler is on the downside of his career. It seems that's why they're putting him with McGregor, right?
It's going to be a massive fight. I'm very excited for it. Conor McGregor just makes everything better. The top 10 pay-per-views all time are McGregor cards. All 10 of them. And every time he does another one, the line slides down a rung and he owns another part of the top 20.
Well, can't be true. He hasn't.
You want to bet another 5?
I can probably agree with this just because the only times that I ever watched UFC with people who watched less UFC than me were McGregor fights, to the point where we would be at a bar and the bar would just have it on instead of going to the sports bar and watching UFC. Every bar had the UFC fight because it was McGregor fighting. That doesn't happen anymore. 10th Kyle has already lost.
I just won the money.
No, I didn't mean pay-per-view events, period. I'm sure there's been, the 10th. I'm sure the 10th biggest UFC isn't bigger than the biggest boxing pay-per-view of all time. But
no, of the UFC, and it was closer than I thought. But 7 and 9 are not McGregor fights.
And is that because he hasn't fought? Oh, but he has 10th.
He doesn't have 3. He does
have 10th. Yeah, he has 1 through 6.
He doesn't have 3.
I'm counting it wrong. Here, let me show you the source.
Yeah.
They're not numbered. It's a little hard to keep up with. But
in any event, like
so
when he shows up, when he shows up, they sell. And I think that using the Ultimate Fighter show to further build is gonna be maybe not the equivalent of those world tours he did with Jose Aldo, but it's gonna be a big deal. And I'm gonna watch. I'll watch the Ultimate Fighter, and I'm gonna tell you, the Ultimate Fighter is hard to get through. If you've never watched their reality show, let me just tell you, if you think a pay-per-view has too many fucking ads and product placements, you haven't watched Tough. Okay? The fucking every fighter's brought to you by a different soda, the fucking cars they're driving, the fucking drinks they're drinking, the fucking shoes they're wearing. They don't take a step without talking about the fucking asphalt brought to you by Ford Motor Company or something. Oh, that part was brought to you by Taco Bell.
I'm loving this
Taco Bell. like everything.
That part was brought to you by Taco Bell. Yeah. That's funny to me.
Every step of the way. It's disgusting. It's hard to watch. So you got to be able to fast forward. Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. I was going to ask y'all because, especially Tucker, I want to know what he uses. What device do you use to like house all your apps for your television? Like what's the remote say on it?
Oh,
you know what I mean?
So it's
do you use
remote.
Your TV?
I use my TV remote because the one that I got, it was like a Samsung 8K Q OLED or whatever. Like, I got it 2 years ago.
How much your TV cost, bro?
It was like $1,600. It was expensive, but it was like the newest, nicest
16,000.
1,600.
Oh, I don't mean
how much?
No, he's talking about a TV.
Yeah. How much are you paying for a TV?
I think
$4,000.
Kyle, wasn't that you and I have the same like 75-inch TV? I think
it goes up exponentially.
Like $2,800.
TVs go up exponentially once you go past 60 inches. 65 and 70 and 75 is like a 25% jump each time. So the max I could fit on my bookshelf was 55 inches or something like that. So yeah, but I mean, either way, it has YouTube, Netflix, fucking like a reprogrammable one in Amazon Prime, and I'm like, I use 3 of these and I just reprogram the other one, so it's actually pretty decent for the stuff.
I've been using
it's a Samsung, right?
Yeah, it's the Samsung.
What do you use, Kyle?
I use a Fire device for like the last decade, the Amazon Fire Stick, and
didn't they phase out support for it?
No, I was getting tired of how many ads there were. Like, I've got Amazon Prime. I don't know if that affects it at all, but it's just the screen was covered like everywhere you went, and all these menus of shit you didn't care about. Like, they would include categories that you didn't care about that you couldn't remove. I don't know how many fucking ethnic voices I was hearing from every day. Yeah. It was like, how about some movies brought to you by Norwegian kleptomaniacs with 3 limbs?
That sounds interesting.
I don't know. I'm kind of into this. Are you saying that you use a Fire Stick and you don't use your TV as your landing page, or like what? Like, because I'm confused. Just unplug it, and if you have a smart TV, then
my TV's not smart enough.
I don't like my TV's interface. I don't like the TV's remote at all. So I got a Roku now because I love the remote. And it's got all of, it's got like a Disney Plus button, a Netflix button, a Hulu button. I use all that shit. And
you can just get a universal remote Fire Stick?
Yeah, you can just get
I've changed to yesterday. That's why I'm bringing this up. Yesterday I moved to Roku because the Roku is just better in every way, it seems.
Roku is what I use. I also like the remote. Like a regular remote is too many buttons for me. And you're like, too many buttons. What are you, stupid? No. It just, I don't need
unnecessary.
All the numbers, they don't help me. Like I don't know, there's more than one forward and backwards for like depending on where you are. Like, so my TV remote kind of sucks. My Roku remote has, forward, backwards, pause,
a dozen
buttons.
Oh, Jesus.
And it has volume and mute. It has just the things I want.
You know what it's like? It's a little bit, I mean, it's in a good way. You ever see those cell phones for old people that you see on daytime TV? It's called like, what are they called? Like the Billy Bee or something. And
I like it when the kids simplify grandma's remote with a piece of paper over it.
Yeah,
that's what the Roku is.
It's like, don't hit source, you bitch.
Yeah.
Never hit source because you'll never find your way out of that hole.
That's a really good example. And I don't think the Roku remote has source.
All right, but I've just
power,
in case you don't know, you can just buy any remote you want. Just program it to work with your Roku. So if you find on Amazon a remote that you specifically want, just get it.
So here's the thing. On my TV, whatever TV it is, a Sony, I think, the menu system isn't the best. It's not the best UI. The Roku UI is just a vertical list, 2 tiles wide with your apps. On the right, you have this other panel, and it was like, hey, what would you like to be advertised to with? And I was like, new movies. So it'll just show like a movie poster over there, like non-obtrusive, like a clean movie poster, like, this is out. Okay, I'm glad you showed me that. Back to my 8 apps I use in a row, 2 wide, 4 long. It's perfect. And with the Amazon Fire, so many convoluted menus of like, this is related to this other thing you watched. I share my Amazon account. And so I'm like getting their watch list too. Yeah. And it's like, I don't watch that fucking fruity ass shit. Stop sending me to BBC documentaries. I don't care about Sherlock fucking Holmes. I don't care about Cumberbatch. Get out of here.
Roku's good and has everything. No
broken free with Roku.
I wish I could do porn on the big screen.
Porn on the big screen?
Your mind
you can.
Yeah, you can just screencast.
You can't sideload to. Maybe screencast.
So the two ways
you guys
to do
have like
that.
an internet browser on your TV, your smart TV.
So you could use the internet browser on your TV. You could download like it'll be called Internet app. You'll just download that.
I use that to stream sports illegally.
I do that.
I
mean, I don't do that.
I've heard tale of it being done though.
Yes, not by me though.
Or you can just that's
what I meant. You can just screen mirror it or cast it, depending on your stuff. It kind of sucks with iPhone, but with
I've got an app on my Amazon Prime. That's like internet, and it's just a browser that I like, and it's a little awkward. You like use the arrows to make a little whoopsie do cursor move around, but I'm sure there's an internet browser for every streaming device, even if you have to sideload it, maybe, which isn't a big deal.
Zach says there's a Pornhub app. Honestly, anyone out there considering putting that on your smart TV,
why would you use Pornhub?
Don't do that to yourself.
They removed the Pornhub app. He says as of 2 years ago, he'll find it. I looked into this, and I don't think you can sideload anything on the Roku anymore. If you Google how to get porn on your Roku, it'll be like, as of 6 months ago, you can't do it anymore.
Could you buy a?
Do you think there's somebody whose head of like Roku security was like, we finally done it?
We stopped Woody from having porn.
He's like a devout Shia Muslim, like is in charge of it and has like a big stock and no porn.
Yeah, if you guys can get porn on a Roku, I'll be impressed because I looked into it and it didn't seem possible.
Well, obviously you can cast from your phone. That's probably like
to a Roku.
To your TV, to your smart TV. You may have to go in your television settings and allow casting. Mm-hmm. But with mine, I can just I've done it. I've gone to like a porn site and went, fucking let's throw it up there. And it's just like, holy
I need to look. I could probably buy a Chrome stick or something. Yeah. You know what? On this screen, I see the cellulite.
4K
Fuck this
fat guy. Wow. In Dolby Digital.
No, dude, when you throw like a fucking, our TVs are like 75 inches roughly or something, right?
Yeah.
That's 78, somewhere in there.
I never
you throw some 4K porn up on that motherfucker, you can form an addiction. You got to be careful. All right.
You like put it on and it's like the sound of her mouth on his dick. It's too wet.
In my ear.
It's so loud.
I gotta wipe my ear off after she kisses that guy.
Slurps. You know what? I don't know that it would make porn more enjoyable to have it on my big living room TV. I don't know if.
No, I like.
I just feel like I just feel like there's like some 17-year-old watching this. Like, why didn't I think of that? Setting himself up for the worst summer of his life.
Yeah, you're gonna get grounded, Mister, when they find out what you're looking at late at night on.
I just want to fuck with
TV.
Porn on the TV. That's all. Roku won't let me. Dicks.
Why don't you just pop over to your computer, your laptop, your
laptop?
Phone.
It's in the same bed as we are. Like,
don't you have a projector?
Same experience. Well, I ain't talking about the couch, and it's also a Roku. So
I want to project the porn onto us so that she can be the lady in the porno. Like if I you paint her flat white. You paint her flat white like a fucking marker board, and then you project the hot chick onto her.
It's like, stay still. I have to put down the base coat of white, otherwise you won't pop.
Open your eyes.
No, you're already chained to the radiator. This won't end. Stop it. Stop it.
I'm gonna
Everybody always talks about chaining people to radiators.
What was that?
I'm gonna grape
you in the mouth. Well, I think this is way too aggressive for a juice commercial.
He grapes people. He's the rapist.
He's the rapist.
Yeah. I'm sorry. He's the what?
Rapist.
Oh man.
Rest in
those
peace,
kids.
Trevor
Yeah,
Noah.
rip.
Do you ever listen to any of his like music from the last handful of years? There's one called "What About Mouthwash," and the whole song is about going to a gas station, liquor store, but it's now midnight and you can't get beer, and it's like, oh yeah, what about mouthwash? What about huffing glue? And he like goes through the list of ways to get fucked up, like and like it's a music video, so he's like guzzling Listerine, and the cops are shaking their head in disgust looking at him. It's funny. And then there's another one called like, and then the gays got married, and the idea is that I guess it was around the time gay marriage got legalized, so it is a little bit older, but he made it sound like the gay went airborne. He's like, then the gay went airborne, and it's getting everybody, and like everybody's turning gay and like trying to get him and smooch him, and yeah,
that does happen.
He's like a poor man's Weird Al Yankovic, I guess.
Oh, I liked him very much. He was funny. They had a bunch of that was like one of the first
with the music
genres of stuff on YouTube that I watched in like 2006 was like watching the Whitest Kids You Know
Dare comedy.
I don't think I watched them.
Dare Comedy was Donald Glover's YouTube channel before he did all that stuff. So like had some, I think they did some crossover stuff maybe like back early 2007 stuff. I mean, there's some like there's I don't know if any of it aged very well, but they're still up there. So if you like Derek Comedy is the name of the channel, I think.
Have you heard about Wings and Boogie potentially boxing?
Oh my God.
Yeah. That could be the only boxing match with two casualties.
Are they going to stand for it?
I wish we could watch so Boogie called him out. I wish we could watch that video. Boogie's like hitting a heavy bag.
I am the cream.
He's shirtless and has a big mustache. And,
like what is their beef?
Something else.
They don't have a beef, but basically what Boogie said was, I want to make some money, and you're a fat fuck too. Yeah. So let's rumble, big boy.
Respect.
Yeah.
Go for it. I mean, Wings would never agree to it, and I don't.
I heard Wings is 90% there. No, they told me Wings
Boogie
is 90% through with like signing the contract. And what I told y'all is like there is no way, and I think Woody co-signed. There's no way, even if Wings signs that contract, that he follows through. But he is. I also heard that this fight was potentially overseas, as in like in the UK or something, or
no like a
fucking
Misfits boxing kind of thing.
No fucking way.
It is nuts to me that content creators have decided to hit the cyclical, like, we're going to boxing, baby. Like that's where it is now. Everybody's boxing, apparently. It's just I never saw it coming.
So I
Wings and
to,
Boogie. Oh, go ahead.
I went to a thing called Billionaire's Bash, maybe. Well, Tucker, were you there also?
No, but I remember that.
Wings? Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I went there with Wings, and he felt, this is a while ago, so maybe he's different now. He was so uncomfortable being away from home. He was dreading the flight back home. He was really just unhappy existing in California, so far from his home base. The idea that he would go to Saudi Arabia or something and fight there?
No way. No way.
It's way outside the comfort zone of the Wings that I know.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Like he gets homesick super easy. Like he was kind of weird at my place. Oh, my cousin's weird like that too. Right? Like maybe I just take for granted that I've never been like that, and I love like traveling and like if I'm not at home. Look, I'll say this: when you finally get home and take a shit in your own toilet, it's like,
oh, that's wonderful.
Still haven't gotten to do that yet. I'm looking forward to the shower.
Thing.
You can do it.
But there's no way Wings will do it. There's no way Wings will do it. And if he did, he'd win the fight. My money would be on
100%.
Really?
Oh,
win the fight. Yeah, Boogie's
Wings is
older,
younger, and Boogie
fatter.
also has reached a higher level of fat before, and damage from being fat that long. And even if Wings was like, "Let's do it," throw me and Boogie in a fucking shipping container and get us to Europe. Like, even if it's all good. I really doubt Boogie could maybe stand and move around long enough to actually do a Like
I've hit.
I don't think
Wings.
he can.
I hit
Wings could. Wings is younger,
know,
but Boogie, there's just no way.
I want to see good fights. I don't want to see sad fights, and that's the fine line that we're walking here.
That.
Because because the content creator fights all suck. They're not even fun to watch because somebody is like gassed by the first round. 5 minutes in.
Harley,
we can dress him up in something like
that's pretty cool.
Thing one.
I hear you, but I'm interested in. I hate to call it freak fights, but that's what they would call it in the UFC. You know, if they get a really big guy or whatever. And I'm not above it. If Wings were to fight Boogie, I would be captivated.
I would watch a highlight later after the fact.
I would. I think I would.
One round, 2 minutes gone, and then they're just...
I would watch a live stream of it.
Fighting, sitting in the left corner. Fighting, and we don't know how heavy because the veterinary office near us closed early.
Wow.
With 1 foot on each scale.
Wow. So, yes, the rumors are true. Boogie and Wings.
A combined
May of 2020.
Dying in the right corner.
May of 2020. This is the one thing I kind of like. When I hear about fights, typically, like in the UFC or something, shit, it feels like it's 4 months away, 6 months away. Like, when is Conor fighting Chandler? That's a good one.
In the fall. It has to be the fall.
In the fall.
Because they're real fighters that have to get
and the
prepped.
filming of Tough.
Okay, I get that. It has to be. I'm not challenging that. Yeah. But as a fan, I don't like it. I don't like hearing about
Tough's
a fight.
Filming schedule was already set, so it's like, ducks are in a row now.
Feels like that happens a lot. Like, oh, okay, champion just fought. Now challenger's gonna get a shot. When? 6 months. If it goes well, maybe 9 months. Maybe he's a new champ, and suddenly he's gonna sit on that fucking belt for a year before he defends it. That happens so much. But this Wings fight, they're like, 2 months from now, let's go.
Again, cool. Real
That's
fighters
how Jake
versus
Paul just
not
did
real
with
fighters.
that Tommy Fury thing. The Jake Paul this fight was a month announcement. He was like, next month we're fighting. I was like, oh shit, nice. I like
Jake
that.
Paul is a businessman. Jake Paul, he's a promoter. He does it so well. I think it was smart to do that.
No, I would love it if Wings fought that guy, but I just do not think it'll happen. I won't do a whole beat up Wings thing because I hope he's doing well these days, but he won't do this, and he's probably better off not doing it.
Here's what I think. Hypothetically, Wings does it. He makes $100,000. He wins, and he grows as a man. That's how I think it would go down if Wings stepped up to this.
I don't think he should grow anymore.
I think he's all done.
No, that's how I think it happens.
I can see that, but I also
do it for the.
He'll do a second fight if he wins. That's what he's saying.
Oh, he plans on
calling out William Blade.
A cripple. He wants to be dude.
Tell me that
all three of them qualify to park in the handicap spot. Why don't you call it Ask a Capper or whatever? Like get that guy. Get that guy with no fucking. Find some YouTuber with crab hands to box, dude. What are you doing? What about that old grandpa
Kyle,
that opens
the fact
Pokemon
that you're
cards?
suggesting Ask a Capper can't fight is coming off as a little ableist.
I think he's a cripple, and I could kill him with one hand. And I think the same is about. And I mean, look, Blade can't. Blade is also, handicapped.
It would be funny to see.
I want to see Wings fight. I want to see Wings fight Syndicate. I think that's the next logical fight that people would actually tune into, and have them do it on a backdrop of bog. 1v1.
M16s.
M16s.
Red dots. Apparently, I'm supposed to have radar on. I fucked it up.
I think Syndicate's probably in. I'm going to wager better shape, better cardio.
Yes.
But how can he shoot?
You're being fat phobic.
Yeah. Well, I'm not afraid of fat people.
Because I've seen Wings operate firearm before, and
sometimes I am.
Yeah,
I've seen Wings operate a firearm before, and it's frightening. So I think that the Syndicate would have a lot to contend.
We were
with.
talking about boxing.
Yeah,
no, you said M16s on Bog radar.
No, you said M16s. I said do a rendition on Bog map.
If I were Syndicate, I'd stay away from Wings for the rest of my life because Wings might fucking snap and like take you out like that. Remember that dad whose son had been molested by that guy like repeatedly?
Yeah, that hero.
And he
came over and killed him.
And he's waiting at the airport, faking a phone call, and then he just fucking shoots the guy, kills him in front of the cops.
And he's like, "Why, Jerry? Why?"
What Syndicate did to Wing's life is the equivalent of molesting someone's 7-year-old child for a weekend in a hotel room.
I don't think.
Do you think Syndicate? Do you think that Syndicate didn't do anything?
Yeah, but
wrong.
Wings thinks he did.
Wings does think he did, and I wonder how, like, if Wings wins that 1v1, how his life is different.
I bet it
what
is
if Syndicate's life
exactly the same.
I do not think that was the first nail in a very long coffin. All right.
Yeah. If that happened to Syndicate, Syndicate would. I don't even know the guy well, but like I talked to him back in the day, he would have laughed it off and like done an agree and amplify. Like you really.
I'll tell you this.
Fuck, that
Look,
was a
Syndicate doesn't take no for an answer. All right, he would have lost, but he'd have came right back. You know,
he would have said, "I got an idea for getting kids." Teaching them how to gamble.
I found this cool website.
Lock. It's a cool website.
Nobody.
It's gonna make book.
I didn't hear your joke. I'm sorry, Kyle.
That's all right. It was mean.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I could have guessed.
Handful of fans upset with us for not appreciating your awesome joke, and I didn't hear it.
It's where sometimes. It's where she goes, Bubs.
Yeah. Sometimes,
hey, where
you throw a bomb out there and no one hears it go.
No.
Oh my god!
Did he get in trouble for something like that?
No, because he's rich and white and good looking, and we all like him.
Oh, I didn't. I'm not. I guess I'm not up on the lore.
Or because it didn't happen, and some people tell lies. Either way, what am I saying?
That's a can of worms.
As someone who doesn't know anything about it, it could go either way.
It's a can of worms. At least it didn't make children gamble. Oh.
Yeah, well, those kids learned a valuable life lesson,
and they went immediately to loot boxes on Overwatch, and we're like, I don't understand.
And I'm doing a good job with this gambling site with these skins, and guess what? Grandma just gave me $500,000.
What do you?
Guys, Graham, hey, full circle. Tell her you bought a bunch of fucking CS:GO skins on this website.
Oh, no.
You fucking lost it all.
Tell her that you were.
Woody, have you been keeping up with Andrew Tate's poetry?
I saw his, I look at myself with a full head of hair, and I hardly recognize myself. Then I look into my eyes, and there I am. You can't break me. Is this? I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's like, bro, you don't have a full head of hair.
Can we get an Andrew Tate picture, please, Zach?
Yeah, show us bad. Show us his full
head of hair.
He was bald by choice, and then he goes like 3 days in captivity, and it looks like he's gotten like Bosley hair implant surgery before pictures done.
Well, so he's got thin hair, but he's also biracial, so it's kind of like kinky as well, which makes it, I don't know, it's very unique looking what he's got going on. Yeah, he's been tweeting these poems, which I guess he like passes along notes, and then his boy tweets them out from the outside because he ain't got a phone in there.
Full
if he did,
hair.
That's not.
I think they found.
Bro,
didn't
you're balding.
Didn't they find that guy's passport in the rubble on 9/11?
That head looks a little better than the first picture. That's a funny. His chin's totally missing though. When he was the man,
this is your alpha male.
he
Sigma.
He did a pretty good job of representing himself, and he would win battles unless it was against Greta. But now that he can't defend himself, he just sort of launches a poem and can't reply. He is just getting beat up by the internet.
Well, if he gets out and gets vindicated, then things will go well for him. But I don't
know if he gets back on
this
top.
guy's never been my guy. I watched him and
good to know.
Well, see, anybody
I could
who
not tell you what this guy's voice sounds like.
I did not even know of this dude's existence.
He speaks like this. He's like
ain't he a Brit? Yeah. He going around saying, I'm pretty sure.
No, he's not a fucking Brit.
No, and he's going around, he's saying, hey,
real man.
Hey, bro, let me level with you. Women, right? Women be fucking tripping, bro. And women be like, you need to be a rich guy who's like securing himself, And the way you show your security is by buying lots and lots of cars and talking about it on social media. That's what secure people do.
He's not even from that continent.
That's what I imagine in my head.
Boy, I started life as a lowly chimney sweep, I did. And now
who is this person you're voicing?
I've never heard his voice, so I don't know.
Dick Van Dyke, maybe?
My name is Andrew Tate. My name is Dick Andrew Tate Van Dyke.
So I
don't know, man. We got like 3 minutes left.
Yeah, Andrew Tate is getting beat up by the internet, and I'm kind of here for it. I get a kick out of the rise and fall of people.
Me too. It's a Schadenfreude kind of thing, especially if I don't like that person for whatever. And I didn't even know of this dude until I think people started talking about him on Twitch, and I started seeing like Aiden Ross or whoever mention. He's was a big streamer on Twitch. Anyways, all this stuff. So he came out of nowhere, and then I suddenly see everybody on Twitter talking about it, and I'm like, okay, the power of what is it called, the Streisand effect?
Yeah,
it's like, hey, nobody give this guy attention. Oh, I didn't know about this guy. Who? But yeah, so
what he did is really interesting, right? However he made his money, he did, but how he came to fame as far as we're concerned,
sex trafficking.
Is
that what he got accused for?
He's accused of doing some sex trafficking, but in any case,
that's not where the money came from.
No,
that was a passion project.
Okay.
Kyle's trying to finish his thought.
Sorry,
lost it.
You were talking about how he came onto the scene. However, he made his money.
He just went and did tons of podcasts, and then those got chopped up. So what you've got to understand, regardless of what you think of Andrew Tate, everything you've probably ever seen of him, all those videos of him saying outrageous things, are from 10 podcasts filmed over the course of 1 or 2 months. And I've seen the outtakes of those things. And what did he say? It was something crazy. It was like, if my son drove a Toyota, I'd fucking kill him. Or something she's like, really? You'd kill him? Well, maybe I wouldn't go that far. And has a joke with her. What he's doing is he's trying to be the Confucius says of ridiculosity and testosterone. And everybody's like, oh, this guy's a cult leader. And it's like, you're the one that's sharing his video, dude. What are you, a cult member?
He is 60% of what he pretends to be, right? He takes his actual feelings about dating and masculinity, hypes it up to something a little silly, but he's a half silly to start with.
Yeah.
And
we'll see if he's guilty of anything.
He made his money in 2 ways that we know of. One, he would do this boyfriend scam where he'd bring girls into his place, convince them that, they were going to be in love forever, get them on OnlyFans, and just sort of played with their emotions and teasing until they're on OnlyFans making money on his behalf. 6 girls.
Top 2.
And that, I guess, is sex trafficking or something. And to me, it just seems like manipulation. That's the shady part. The less shady part is he got people to sign up for Hustler University. So this is a Discord server. And then he had... Well, hang on. So he has 6, 8, 12 people working for him, teaching classes on how to make money. And some of them are your typical internet, to start dropship, do affiliate links on Amazon or whatever, and do SEO and make your site popular. And that's one thing. But some of them were stuff I hadn't heard of before, learn Photoshop, get into making corporate logos. People pay $2,500 for work you can do in 3 hours. And I'm like, well, shit, that does seem for someone who hustles and has a little talent and wants to learn a skill, it is a viable sort of job someone could make. And he's just doing this hey, here are opportunities to make more than you do now. What are you doing now? You working at fucking 7-Eleven?
Tell them how many users that thing has and what they pay, though. That's key.
I forget the numbers, but it worked out to millions per month.
Millions.
I'm an undergrad at Hustler
Call
University.
it a couple 100,000 users paying a couple $100 a piece.
He says 104. Zach says 140K, and I'm pretty sure it was $50 each.
Jesus
for
Christ!
140,000
farming
people.
The saddest people on the internet.
Yes,
just literally, it's so gross.
The hardworking, the ambitious.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing I admire about Andrew Tate, which is dangerous to admire anything about him. You put that opportunity in front of a Hutch or Seananners. Forget the scammy part, but just work super hard. You want to go on fucking 4 podcasts a day and make 10 hours a day of content? Do you want to work nonstop and change your financial life? A lot of people are like, no, that's not what I'm all about. I'm all about work-life balance. Andrew Tate is like, fuck. Yeah, I'll sleep less. I will work 18 hours a day every day.
I just feel like it's
so I can make this happen.
My ladies will sleep less. They will work 18 hours.
I just feel like you're really ignoring the
copy.
Colossal elephant in the room here. Like
yeah,
okay.
No, that's fair. But what he's doing is mean. It's shady. Even the happy customers on Hustler University are probably being lied to and scammed a little bit about the possibilities, right?
We love work. So we got our money's worth.
Wait, Woody, I'm an undergrad at Hustler University, and you're telling me that my major in keeping it real isn't going to help anything?
Taylor, listen, I have a 4-year ITT Tech collegiate offer to send you. Full Sail University is waiting for you.
Yeah.
I'm a star in the Hustler University volleyball team.
Yeah.
Oh my
George Santos joke. But
anyway,
anyway,
minor in street smarts.
But yeah, so he worked as much as a human can work. And that part of it is that like he did hustle.
Yeah. Lots of shitty people work so hard. Like I would argue some of the shittiest. Like Mao.
No one ever said Hitler shirked
well,
his
actually,
duty.
That's true. Hitler.
They were like, Hitler, go home. You're doing too much.
Hitler, get out of here, man. You're burning the candle at both ends.
There's got to be a balance. They're saying Eva Braun's at home. You don't have to get every fucking Jew. And he's like 999.
Like
take a guy who's not a
read
scammer,
that Henry Ford book.
Right? I want to talk about Landmark, the Twitch streamer. This guy, I'm making this up. I don't know it to be true. I think he's earned enough to retire.
Yeah.
And he still works, I don't know, 8 hours a day, every day. He's still out there grinding, even though he's not hurting for money anymore. And I admire that in some way. It's not me, right? I did it for a while. I guess I paid my dues, but I just like guys who work really hard. I think it's admirable. There's something admirable in that. And
you don't have to work yourself to death, though. There are other ways. There's not one true path, Like grind set mentality is so awful in my mindset. It is like the antithesis to what I follow. And so like, sure, it works for everyone. It's like weight loss, whatever you need to do to get yourself into a better position. But
you might be right. And I admit I might be wrong, right? So I'm open to that idea. I do think that when it's content creation, there's a bit of strike while the iron is hot. You don't have a 25-year window to pace yourself.
Right.
It's like my YouTube career, right? It's like, I always sort of thought I've got 7 years to play YouTube. I'm not going to have a 35-year YouTube career. Look at the popular TV shows, whether they be Friends or How I Met Your Mother or whatever. They don't run that. They don't run a human's career. They're just
South Park checkmate. And that was PKA 637. Thank you so much, Tucker, for coming on. All of the links to the wonderful things he do below. But you already know where he is. He's got to go. He's got things to do. I bet his lady friend's in there waiting to get blinded by
because I'm going to turn the lights on and it's going to be really contrasting the darkness and
get mildly inconvenienced.
They won't be blinded until he gets on the lock and load.
Exactly. All right,
my load
join our
is
Patreon, jump in our chat, play video games. Let's go.
PKA 637.